right out the gate, Bob gets first. Welcome on in, Bob, and hi, Madeline. Also, thank you for the follow, Jughead. Literally like seconds before we started streaming. So hopefully, since you were already on my page, it just started. So welcome. We're gonna be getting started here in just a couple of minutes. And one. Time for the show. Time for the show. Yes, yes, I'm here. Just move everything on over, get my arms down. Oh my, and pull my camera up. Holy hello. And my screen a little bit forward because it's falling off my desk, which makes the camera also look a little funky. Okay, there we go. We cool? We good? Hi. Hi, everybody. Um, I'm here and I have no idea how many streams I've missed. Not many since your last time in. You've maybe missed like 2 or 1. I skipped a stream last week because I just was exhausted. I was just super tired after everything that I've been doing. I was like, nope, I need a day where I just take something off my plate. It's not even that I just relaxed. It was that I just took one thing off my plate for myself. Lame. You're lame, Madeline. You're lame. Yes, but hello, everybody. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Yes, today, Bob. Today we are playing Afterward, which is part of the YAGS universe. Playing might be a strong word. I had a good excuse to miss my stream last week. Yeah, we were performing. Last week, Madeline and I had a goodness. I have like a horrible, hideous skin affliction, and it's getting better, but it just sucks. But yes, last week Madeline and I had an improv show, which was very fun. Also, am I too loud? Am I not loud enough? How is it? Glad it's better. Getting better. Getting better. Shouldn't say it's better, but it's getting there. I'm like 90% sure that it's psoriasis, uh, which is better than some other things that it could have been. But volume is fine. Cool. Good. I was trying to do like quality control, but yeah. Compared to what else I'm listening to, you are quiet. Oh, are you watching like a Game Grumps thing? Probably. Yeah, no. Um, oh, my brain is everywhere. I'm really glad that we're doing this today, that we're doing Afterward, because Afterward is a kinetic novel, which means we'll pretty much just be going through the information and sort of just watching it unfold. So, very nice, very easy on my brains because, ooh, I specifically did so much last week. That way I could do next to nothing this week, like for my weekend, which is now until Sunday or until Saturday. Cause yeah, just my brain has been fried between like streaming, video stuff, um, job, moving, improv, relationship, all alone on YouTube. You're not alone. You're not alone. I do quality control. I do quality control. Not alone. There you go. And that even has my like real full name. So you know. There you go. Ugh. But yes. So also why okay. I don't know why, but the that thing down there, the chat, it like doesn't fully show everything. It's kind of stuck on like where the camera up was, I think. Is there a way for me to refresh this? Definitely the time to do this because it's my stream and I can decide what I want to do. Nope. There is not a way to refresh it. Okay, well, you're gonna be stuck being about three or four uh brain comments behind. I'm so here, it's not even funny. So yes. Um I kind of want to start with updates, but I'm trying to think about what updates are right now. Actually, I should start with this. We're about 10 minutes into this. If you're on YouTube, obviously live, we have Lord Glitch over on YouTube. But if you're over on YouTube, even if you're watching this as a VOD, feel free to hit the subscribe button. We are almost at 500, and that has made me super duper happy. I feel very accomplished, and I'm happy that that many people find me interesting to watch. Well, peeps, time for that talk show. Pretty much, yeah. That's what we dedicate like the first 45 minutes to is either talking or me injuring myself. Also, I should probably turn my fan on. Your boy was not prepared. Matt and I, good job. I'm gonna assume that that was for the 500, not for the me injuring myself. Dramatic bow. Um, yeah, Matt and I tried doing Takeout Tuesday for dinner like right before stream, and the road, we're having a lot of construction done. Yeah, it was insane just trying to get to, it was just McDonald's. It was nothing like fancy or out there or anything. It was just like McDonald's down the road. um on our way there with all of the road construction, uh yeah, I was like, we were at a light and it's just two-way traffic, and then a fire truck and an ambulance needed to get out. We had nowhere to go. There were barriers on both sides of the road. The ambulance or the fire truck was like right behind us. Couldn't do anything. Could do absolutely nothing. And then cars were coming like the reverse way because you're not really like, I think if it's a two-way road, you are kind of obligated, but there were like, you know, little poles in the middle, like dividing the road. So I don't think any of them really thought that they needed to stop or do anything. It was quite dramatic and terrible. Madeline did not fall on her face at McDonald's that day, which was a win. So good for her. Uh, but yeah, oh my goodness, no, it took forever to get down the street and back. And then we had to take like Merman, or no, we didn't even take Merman out. Oh no, that's right. We're also having painting done on we're having painting done on our parking lot yeah, so we need to like park in certain places right now, which is ridiculous and awful. It's like the past week we've been seeing like on random days at random times potholes being filled in, but not like professionally being filled in. Like some dude just like pretty much putting fake tar in the holes and calling it good without really telling anybody. So, ooh, stuff flashed. Hope that that's good. Um, but good job, Matt. Good job at not falling. Um, brain. Oh, but yeah, he's just been putting like fake tar uh in the potholes. And then this week they were like, well, now that that's fixed, that's great and professionally fixed, we're gonna repaint it. It literally looks like someone is just out there like spray painting on the lines for the parking spaces. It does not look good. So I'm very excited to move, which will hopefully be not next month, but the month after now. So, yay. Yeah, I feel like that's updates. That's updates for today. I finished out my work week. Matt and I are done with improv for the time being, so we're going to take a break to focus more um, on content creation, on our jobs, on getting the move going, yada yada. So, live on. Anyway, let's get into Afterward, because I want to know what happens after college. Also, I'm not sure that I'm like in love with how I did this screen. Because like I don't know, it's a lot of white space. Um, and like the words are covered beneath me, and then we're also like kind of covering Carlos's face. It just, I don't know. I might redo this next time, instead of just saving like the same background like we've been doing. There's a pre-skit if you want to assemble something else. A pre-skit. Why not? Life is weird. I just ate a candy rabbit and now my stomach hurts. I don't believe I spelled that right. That I don't believe that I spelled that right. That I spelled believe right. Well, you spelled believe right. Not maybe believe, but believe. You spelled weird right. You spelled rabbit right. You spelled ate right. The only incorrect part, you spelled stomach right. The only incorrect part was the lowercase I. Also, Bob, what? A pre-skit. You want to assemble something else. A press kit. A pre-skit. Oh my goodness. Ooh. Oh my goodness. Y'all can't see this. I was like pre-skit, as in like something that I can show before this. Um, ooh. I'm gonna switch over so I ain't got time for an uppercase I. Display capture. This will do it right without showing anything important. So this interests me. We have our main man Adam. As middle age, I assume that's what mid is. We have him as older. Ooh. Young. That's our baby boy behind me here. Oof. Carlos. Ooh. Carlos is like so bulky. He has just a very nice figure. Nick. Do we know Nick? Why is my brain? My goodness. You don't know Nick. Okay. OMG, they 3D. I know. I know. Yeah, I saw that for this game. That like the style is different now. And I thought it looked amazing. Oh, that's right. It takes us through, I think, until it said 2010. You still don't have to come to San Francisco with me, Adam says, pulling Carlos out of his thoughts. Carlos looks over at Adam, who seems to be looking at him with sympathy. He's pretty sure it's not only because of what just happened with his mom, although he really doesn't want to think about that right now. Chico, it's kind of late for that. We have an apartment. I have a job. Carlos ruffles Adam's hair, matted down strangely from the graduation cap. Besides, I don't want to be anywhere you are. Close friendships. You'll see all of this in the game. I know, but still. Game overview. Is this an easier description? Not particularly. A kinetic novel, a visual novel with no choices, focusing on a gay man's journey of coming out, self-acceptance, and finding love. Takes place in the YAGS universe and is a sequel to 2021's ZAGS. There you go. That is an easier description to what I would have said. Huh. All right. Yeah, so it has us. I'm going to do the actual prologue, even though we've, for the most part, seen everything that I think there is to see. I know that when I like loaded it up, it said that there was, I'd recommend you start with the prologue, the story so far chapter. Yeah, because I don't know that we have like the true endings for the games so far. It walks you through the canonical ZAGS route. I can't see well, so going silent. See, I can uppercase the I at the beginning. Start of something new is good too. It's Adam meets Carlos. Ooh, we might start there then. All right. I also feel like we don't need the music twice. But how does the music sound? Is it too much, too little compared to my voice? All good. Alors, c'est bon? C'est bon? I'm assume c'est bon? Until someone tells me differently. And then I also need to fix my computer for a minute. There we go. Prologues. Start of something new, the story so far. Let's do start of something new. Why not? I would be very interested to see their meeting. Point of view of Adam in 2005. Adam and Carlos meet for the first time and a friendship blossoms. 7,000 words. So roughly like a 3-minute read. Start of something new. Wednesday, August 31st, 2005. Lord Glitch has left the chat due to forgetting to uppercase the second I. Did you not do the second I? C, lowercase I, can uppercase the lowercase I. Oh. So, so the taxonomic hierarchy is domain, kingdom, phylum, oh, I know this. Domain, kingdom, phylum, class, order, genus, family, and species. And under Adam doesn't mean to interrupt the TA as he speaks, but he isn't sure about the proper procedure of office hours. Sorry, I think it's family and then genus. Yes, family, genus, species. The TA grins at him and he takes that as a good sign. Is it now? Adam can feel his face turning red. I think so. Sorry. Well, you heard the man. Domain, kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, species. Who can tell me the three domains? Adam knows them, but he's not going to embarrass himself again. He hastily scribbles in his notebook, wondering suddenly if it was actually a test. Is this how they do things in college? Not particularly. Fortunately, nothing else the guy says needs correcting, and Adam keeps to himself for the rest of the time, quickly packing up all the end. That's right, I forgot that Carlos was a TA until he wasn't. Hey, thanks for the correction. It takes him a second to realize the TA is talking to him. Oh, I have to go. Adam grabs his bag and quickly turns and walks out of the room. He doesn't want to give the guy a chance to berate him any further. Berate? He said thank you. Wednesday, September 7th, 2005. He really should apologize. He's decided after dwelling on it for several days afterwards and considering for a while. Oh my goodness, Adam, your anxiety is a little extra. Um, Considering for a while if he should just stop going to office hours, at least on Wednesdays. It wasn't like he didn't already know the material, but he wanted to make the most of his college experience, and the material review was always helpful. I feel like that's fair. Really get your money's worth in college. That's something I'm not quite sure I did. So he decided he should he should apologize for overstepping. He'd fortunately remembered to jot down the guy's name in his notes. Carlos. So he didn't have to start with the "Hey you." He peeks his head through the door, a few minutes before the schedule starts. A few minutes before the scheduled start. I can word today. The guy's already there, sitting in the front of the room and fiddling with a box of chalk. Adam takes a deep breath and walks in. Well, look who it is, the resident genius. Come on. I don't do the Spanish so well. Yep, stay in school, kids. Stay in school and take Spanish. Otherwise, you end up like me and completely embarrass yourself because I'm going to pronounce this as ¿Cómo puedo ayudarte? That was flawless. The guy grins at him and Adam temporarily forgets what he was going to say. The slight hope that he hadn't remembered him the slight hope that he wouldn't remember him dashed. Oh, he fiddles with the strap on his backpack. Sorry, dude. Carlos. Sorry, I just wanted to apologize for last week. Hey, nothing to apologize for. Thanks for the correction. Really. Oh. He still wonders if it was a test. I worry I was overstepping. One sec, I'll translate it. Actually, yeah, I don't even know what I said. I'm also curious what this means in Spanish. How can I help you? Okay, fair. I know in like traditional English characters, an upside down question mark actually means that you mean something sarcastically, but I don't believe it's the same in Spanish because I don't imagine that that's a sarcastic statement. Um, the guy shakes his head and stands, walking over and punching his arm in a way that Adam interprets as playful. But he also starts to worry. Means, but he also starts to worry means that Carlos is actually upset with him. Adam, your anxious brain. Spanish puts upside down question marks and exclamation points before questions and exclamations. Okay, that's fair. It brackets the entire statement with what it is. Did that make sense? Yeah, that made sense. You get it. It's like it has question marks surrounding it to show that it's fully a question, exclamation marks to show it's fully an exclamation. Makes sense. The guy shakes his head and stands, walking. Seriously, it's all good. How can I convince you of that? Okay, I just. Thanks. Sorry. Carlos laughs. Who got you wound up so tight? Adam blushes. It's my first semester. Well, I'm sure you know that, but I just want to do things right. Google is following me? It's following you. Oh no, that's not good. You should probably try and catch it if it's following you. Failing. Failing? Failing. It's failing you. Only one L home slice. um Is that why you're coming to office hours even though you clearly know the material already? Carlos's voice is friendly, but Adam starts to object anyway. Carlos shakes his head. I know when people are confused about the material, and you were never confused about the material. I just thought it would be useful to review. Carlos sits back in his chair and puts his feet on the table. Well, you're always welcome to come, of course, but you probably know the material better than I do. What? That part surprises him. I took this job because they asked if I wanted it. I should probably review the stuff beforehand, but Carlos waves his hand around vaguely. That's more work, so I remember most of it from last year, but some bits I get wrong. Is that okay? Adam wonders if the question is a mistake, but Carlos just laughs, seemingly unoffended. Well, that's why I have you. Well, that's why I have you now, eh? Adam, fair enough, actually. If you have someone that knows the material better than you that you're supposed to be teaching, eh, you know, why not? Also, is that my throne? I had this like way turned off from a while ago. I just saw my throne link get put up there. I'm like, that was more like around holiday season that I had that up. Whatever, I'll fix that later. It means how can I help according to Google and according to the game creator. Oh, right. I totally forgot. I didn't fix that. Yeah. Um I guess I forgot to turn on having cross-platform. That was an interesting thing. Having cross-platform uh comments go on. So that way like you can see what everyone's saying over Hat over here trying to get gifts. I mean, Mad, you're always welcome to log on there, contribute a little bit to the channel. But yes, Bob told us up at the top that it meant, how can I help you? But I appreciate the Googling. Throne, you royal? Well, your highness, I'm broke. Throne is just like it's like an ultimate wish list thing. Yeah, so it has stuff. I think mine's mostly just from Amazon, but you can throw up stuff from Amazon, from literally like any website, um, any retailer website, and yeah, it'll curate it for you, and then people can log on. It's beneficial for like content creators, but also if your family is ever like, what do you want for your birthday? What do you want for the holidays? Blah blah blah. Just make a throne link and then give it out to them. That way you don't have to say a million times what you want, and then it like takes things off um without letting you know that they've been taken off when people buy them. So it's pretty useful. Even if you broke, maybe get a throne account. That way you can hand yours out to people. Two. Adam would say more, and object that it's not his job to teach the stuff, but another couple of students appear in the doorway and he takes a seat instead. Fortunately, Carlos doesn't get anything wrong this time, and Adam is actually impressed at how good his memory is, if he was telling the truth about not having reviewed any of it. Oh, believe me, he was telling the truth. Carlos does not do more work than he needs. Soon everyone else is packing up, and Adam stuffs his notebook into his bag. Uh, hey, I didn't get your name. Adam looks up at Carlos's voice to find him looking right at him, grinning. You know mine, so it seems only fair. Oh, Adam. I'm Adam. Well, mucho gusto, chico. Um, that's where their friendship begins. Adam vaguely remembers enough Spanish that he's pretty sure that's not a bad thing. Yeah, I thanks. Nice to meet you. Mucho gusto means nice to meet you? Oh. I just asked the family peeps I talked to for money. I mean, that's also fair, you know. See you next week, Adam. Saturday, September 10th, 2005. Adam doesn't expect to see Carlos again until the following office hours, so it's a surprise when he runs into him, literally, in the student center. There's a lot of collisions that happen in this series, I notice. Also, bro, Carlos is a TA because he's a student. So, probably gonna run into him a couple times. Rushing to make it to a calculus study group. Oof. Carlos spills whatever he was carrying on his shirt, and from the smell, it seems to be hot chocolate. Yum and ow. Oh shit, I'm so sorry, dude. Can I get you a new one? Are you okay? Did I burn you? I mean, depending on how collisions involving Adam. Yeah, Adam is not a lucky man in terms of, oh my goodness, I just saw his face. I do kind of wish that there'd just be like a big hot chocolate stain on him, but that might be me like overthinking like he's wearing white, it might turn a little bit transparent. We'd see like a little bit more of his chest. Just me personally. I don't know. Adam doesn't think he's ever been more mortified. Just wait like a year. You're gonna be in a hallway. You're gonna run into another dude when you just showered, and it'll be a much more embarrassing situation. Promise you. Carlos just stands there grinning at Adam as chocolate runs down his shirt. Well, look who it is. I'm sorry, I wasn't looking where I was going, and I didn't mean to run into you like that. I mean, of course I didn't mean to. I just, hey, it's okay. I need to do laundry anyway, so it's really not a big deal. Carlos is still grinning, and that helps a little. Everything okay, Carlos? Man Adam hadn't met before, walks up next to him. Oh, you should rinse that off quickly. Chocolate can stain if you let it sit. I mean, slams 80 million. 80 million on a table. I want to make a bet. Is it that Adam is not fully straight? Is that the bet? Because I'll take that bet. I'll take that bet. You don't know. You don't know. I could have already watched through all of this. So I'll take that bet. I am overtly positive that Adam is uh that Adam is not interested in any of the men's. But that's just me assuming that that's your bet. Yep, that's your bet. I mean, you're on. Because I'm pretty sure he's not. Um, that sets Adam off again. It's my fault. I'm so sorry, dude. If it stains, I can buy you a new shirt. I'm sorry. Dude, chill. Hello. Hmm. Should I intervene in this bet? Bob made this game, right? Bob did make this game. Bob did make this game. Oh, hello, Carlos with the abs. Carlos laughs and sets the mostly empty cup down on the ground and unbuttons his shirt before pulling it off, revealing a surprisingly muscular build. What do you mean, surprisingly muscular? With his shirt on, I could still tell that he was muscular. um, Adam isn't sure he'd been expecting it. Seriously, chill, eh? It's fine. I'll wash it. It'll be fine. I'll see you back at the house. The other man nods at Adam. Nice to meet you. It was Steve. Okay. Don't start without me, Steve. Carlos calls out in his direction, and Steve apparently raises a hand and waves it back at him. Bob, get over on YouTube, please and thank you. Are you are you gonna Oh right, I don't have the thing turned on, so you can't see Bob's comments, messages. Wow, Pat. Okay, Madeline, you had a week. You had a ding dang week to show me how to turn that on, and you did. So you're partially responsible for this. Oh hi. Oh hi, Bob. Oh hi, Bob Conway. Um, I Adam really wants to apologize again. Don't you start that again. It'll be fine. But you really do need to loosen up a bit, eh? Let's grab some coffee together or something tomorrow. You sure you want to be around another hot liquid with him? No, no, no. You have Digi. I do have Digi. I do have Digi. You also have Digi at your disposal, which I know that you that you asked him for things as well. So don't act like it's just me. Bob, please tell me. Adam is okay. This is literally the last, like, furthest point in the future of this series. Pat, should I spoil the bet? I mean, if you'd like to. I know. I know. No, I know, Patrick. Don't psych yourself out. You know that Adam is straight. Um, I corrected your teaching and ruined your shirt, and now you're being friendly to me? Carlos just laughs and pats his shoulder with the unsticky hand. There's a place on the second floor of the student center if you haven't found it yet. Tomorrow, 2 p.m. I yeah, I could do that, dude. Great. I'll see you then. Adam watches him walk off, lost in thought before realizing he's late to the study group. Sunday, September 11th, 2005. Adam's early, of course, ordering a tea and sitting at an empty table and wondering if he should have gotten coffee instead. Never really liked the stuff, but Carlos had suggested coffee. Oh my goodness. Pretty sure he just wanted to hang out, and like most people hang out over hot drinks. But you with your freshman brain overanalyze it. Don't worry. And he wondered if he'd be offended by the tea. Put a lid on it, I guarantee no one will know. Did YouTube swallow your response again? All right. Let's do this thing. Let's go ahead and go into. Oh, that's right. I forgot that Digi's on right now. All right, let's go into my stream and see what there is to sing. What we see. Um. Looks like YouTube doesn't accept links. Oh, send me the link. I'll put it. I'll put it in. It'll accept whatever I put. Ooh. Lord. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. Hmm. I don't believe you. And I'm not opening the link. I did post it. Glitch, you're welcome to look. But I don't believe you. I have gotten so invested in this, And Adam has been like, not saying that there has to be like a stereotype of whatever, but Adam has shown literally no attraction or interest in Chris. No attraction or interest in Carlos that I've seen up to this point. Um he like is very confident with wearing less clothing, but that doesn't have to mean anything about your sexuality cuz like I've stated many times, I have worn little to no clothing around many of my friends of any gender. You want me to expand on my answer, Pat? No, no, I do not. No, I do not. Not for me. Not until I get through this. Not until I get through this. It's gonna be something like he's pansexual with a heterosexual preference or something. But I'm gonna take my thoughts and opinions after I read this because I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I think technically speaking, you're both right, and I won't expand more beyond that. Did you say you didn't trust the link? I didn't say I didn't trust the link. I was saying I'm not opening the link because wait, why did it not post? I said I'm not opening the link because I'm not seeing whatever this nonsense that Bob and Glitch are talking about is. No, 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 no. But did it post? Yes, it did. Okay. Ooh, ooh, my brain is reeling. Sorry, I must be late. Carlos appeared suddenly at the table, holding a cup of what Adam assumes is hot chocolate and a muffin. My brain. You're both technically right. Yippee! We're gonna get through this story, and then I'm gonna listen to Bob's explanation, and then I'm gonna give my own opinions, and then I'm gonna play this like 19 more times until I'm satisfied with whatever preference he has. That's what I'm gonna do. I keep my money for now. No, I was just early. Wanted to make sure there were seats, I guess. I've never been here before, so just sorry, dude. Adam's pretty sure his ears are red. Dude, all of you. Like your hair, your facial hair, your ears, your cheeks. Carlos shakes his head and sits and pulls a piece off the muffin and pops it into his mouth. What is this dude thing anyway? Uh, it's a little muffled from the chewing. What? Oh, Adam doesn't do it consciously, but he started to realize over the past few weeks that it's not a regular speech pattern over in this part of the country. It's just a thing you say, I guess. Not necessarily to guys, like a toaster can be dude. Like what's weird about that? That's I understand this a lot. Hmm. Toasters are actually feminine, at least in Spanish. So would they still be dude? Yeah, a girl can be dude, your mom can be dude. Like the money I don't have. Don't worry, Glitch. I'm about to do a very expensive move. Any money I have is also not money that I will have anymore. I guess. Well, that's interesting then, dude. Carlos says with a grin. Adam's pretty sure he's making fun of him, but it comes across as friendly, so he somehow doesn't mind. So what's your semester been going so far? So how's your semester been going so far? Hi. Oh, that tells me I missed something. Second by the elusive Matt, and third from Sil. Hi, Sil. It's time for awkward freshman Adam. Ooh, awesome. Wow, and that throne is going to go off constantly. I might actually fix that right now. I don't know how long that's set to go for. Um, but hi, Sil, welcome in. I didn't see your post in Discord, so I was a loser and waited for your stream. Was like, I'm here first. Custom command. Timers. There we go. The only one I have turned on is socials, which makes that concerning. I guess I will figure that out later. Okay. Yeah, sorry. No, yeah, all good. I still haven't seen the post. Mad just told me that you would not be on and that I was acting a fool. Hope your computer isn't too unhappy. Oh no! Going silent. Sounds good. What happened to your computer, Cell? I hope it's okay. Um oh good. Classes are easy so far. Right. That is somehow completely unsurprising. And it seems disinterested, but also friendly. Adam watches Carlos pull off another piece of muffin and pop it into his mouth. Ask me something, Carlos says when he's chewing again. That's called a conversation. It's not looking great. Had to send it to get repaired. Should hear back Friday. Oh no, I'm so sorry. That's really sucky. Yeah, I know last year? Yeah, 2023, like right before we moved to Colorado. Um my computer like just decided to stop working. I'm pretty sure we thought it was like the power supply. And we're pretty sure it had something to do with like the motherboard actually. And so we ended up having to get it sent out after having like a million and one people look at it and having them all be like, well, we don't know what to do. We don't know what it is. Then we just had to break and be like, all right, Dell, tell me what's wrong and how expensive it's going to be to fix it. So, oof, yeah, yeah. I suspect power supply on mine. Um, Concerned it damaged some other components. Yeah. I'm sorry. I hope that it didn't. I hope that it is just the power supply because that's a relatively easy and semi inexpensive fix depending on like what they need for the power supply unit. Um, but yeah, I hope that it didn't hurt anything else. Yikes. That is an unfortunate one. What? It's called a conversation, dude. Ask me something. Oh, are you a sophomore? Yeah, I'm from Costa Rica. My major is biology. I picked it because it sounded easy rather than having any actual interest in it. I I actually don't see much of a point in college at all. I'm only here because my parents insisted. They thought a degree would open doors for me. I really just wanted to be a surf instructor. They're not. So that's quite the response to "Are you a sophomore?" Oh, that's different. Carlos laughs and eats another muffin piece. You can say stupid, or pointless, or a waste of admission space. I won't be offended. But it's not stupid. You're doing something you don't want to do because of what your parents want or think. It's really selfless. Adam catches himself that time. It's really selfless. Oh, surf instructor sounds nice though, right? I'm like, you actually, I mean, you probably can't make like bank, but depending on where you are and like the time of year, that definitely seems like a pretty lucrative thing to do. I don't know. Actually, it seems like something you could do pretty much year round, depending on where you are. Because like California, I know that it still gets cold and whatever, but people that are like snow bunnies that go to like California or Florida in the winter, what a great story to be like, yeah, I learned how to surf in December. Um, and then everybody else, like, the typical late spring to early fall. A look at something that Adam doesn't understand crosses Carlos's eyes, but then he laughs again. Right, so we're just about the two most opposite people here, probably. Are you saying I'm selfish, dude? It comes up before Adam realizes that, and he immediately turns red. Sorry, I didn't mean to say. Carlos reaches across the table and punches his arm again, grinning. See, this is working. You're loosening up a bit. Oh. He realizes that the weird feeling in his throat is gone. Ask me something else. Um, he searches for a mundane topic. Who was Steve? Steve is one of the bigwigs over at the frat that I'm in. He's not officially in charge yet, but that's only because there's this weird rule that you have to be a senior. Something about experience and commitment and all that, but he's really running everything already. Frat? You do know what a frat is, right, dude? I do, Adam says, and then he thinks about it. Carlos seems exactly like the kind of person who would join a frat, except for the part where he actually seems reasonably intelligent. Reasonably. Adam mentally kicks himself for stereotyping. I mean, look at this. Look at this. This does look pretty fratty. There's a big party next week. Carlos pops another muffin piece. You should come. It'd be good for you. Um, I don't know if that's my thing. Adam doesn't really like the idea of a drunken party. For probably good reason. Well, you won't know until you try, right? Also fair. The thought crosses Adam's mind. Wait, was this all to try and recruit me for the house? Yeah. That's funny. My response is mostly because I went to a Freemason event where there was like me, Duran, photographer, date. There was like four dudes that were like not related to any Freemasons that were there. And one of them approached me like on the way to the bathroom. So weird. So weird. Carlos laughs again and finishes the last piece of his muffin. That would have actually been smart and require planning. If it isn't clear by now, I'm not big on planning. Which is why we just played an entire game that was nothing but planning for Carlos. Right, or on studying. It's an attempt, and he worries it's going to land badly, but Carlos seems to appreciate it and grins. Exactly. Sleep, food, and exercise. The three things that matter in life. Well, that's actually pretty good advice from a health standpoint, assuming it's reasonably healthy and reasonably portioned food. Carlos here, he's got a pretty good metabolism on him. Uh huh. Expert advice from Dr. Carlos. I'm pre-med. Adam feels the need to volunteer some information about himself. Yeah, that's probably good at this point. What planner? What planner? No, Carlos doesn't plan things. Uh, Adam feels the need to volunteer some information about himself. Yeah, because Carlos has given everything and you've given nothing. And Carlos's grin drops into a gentle smile and he sips his drink. Well, not pre-med because that's not a thing here, but biology was the closest. I want to be a doctor. Then I suppose your advice, that was actually my advice, is actually good. Then I suppose your advice, that was actually my advice, is actually good advice, dude. He's not sure whether Carlos' teasing is a good or bad thing. Are you doing that on purpose, dude? Carlos grins. Have a girlfriend? The subject seems easier somehow. Oh, yeah, we're trying long distance. We wanted to go to different schools, but it seemed not great to break up after only a couple of months. Well, I mean, give it a try. I don't feel like it's ever like that great of an idea, but some people can really make it work. Give it a try. Give it a try. We know how it ends. Not pretty, but it's always worth a try. Sounds rough. Adam misses Nicole more than he thought he would, but somehow this conversation is helping him with that too. Yeah, I think a lot of it right now is just that there's no one else to talk to. So she and I talk on the phone and it's rough. Well, we're talking now, aren't we? Worth a shot. Yeah, I mean, you don't know until you try. Adam can feel a smile creep out of his face for the first time. Yeah, I guess we are, dude. He stops for a minute, noticing the clock on the wall. Am I keeping you from anything? Just homework. And I think you know by now how I feel about homework. I shouldn't keep you from that. Shouldn't is such a strong word. Let's try could instead. Might, should. Well, don't let me keep you if you have to go. Carlos pats his hands on the table, and Adam decides he likes that more than the punches. Likewise, I really have nowhere else to be, but I'm sure you have better things to do with your day than sit here watching me eat a muffin and talk about your girlfriend. Why are you doing this? The question's been on his mind since the beginning. The question that's been on his mind since the beginning makes its way out. If it's not to recruit me for the frat, then why? Because you seemed cool? Because you seemed interesting? Adam Adam swears Carlos blushes as he tears his gaze away, but that could also be it too, because you also are a very attractive young man. And Carlos here likes the men. So could also be to sort of feel you out. An unknown first date. Potential first date. A meet cute, if you will. Adam swears Carlos blushes as he tears his gaze away, but then Carlos sips his drinks and shrugs. Sips his drink and shrugs. And Adam wonders if he imagined the whole thing. You just seem like you could use a friend. Oh, Adam's actually really touched by that. I've had some trouble making friends, actually. It's only been a few weeks. Give it time. Carlos looks back at him with what seems like genuine sympathy. How did you make friends? I mean, he's in a frat, so that kind of helps. I mean, Carlos did ask about a girlfriend, so. Exactly. Also, coffee sounds really good. Madeline, if you're still in, do we have coffee? Because this is just plain water today. Which also reminds me, I should make sure that I have my. Maybe. Give him decaf. Bob, why? Why are you evil? Why are you choosing violence today? Oh, that's evil. We don't have decaf in the house. So, Madeline, could you get me some coffee? We have some, please. If we don't, can you make some? Man, coffee does sound good. Mad, get me some too. See, the thing with that, Sil, is I do believe that Mad would like roast coffee, package it, fly to New Zealand, seek you out, and give it to you before she makes me some. So, you know, that's the kind of relationship we have. And of course, the admiration that we have for you, Sil. How did you make friends, other than by approaching random students in your office hours and asking them to coffee? Carlos laughs again, and Adam decides he likes this Carlos better. You mean other than literally being run into by them? Fair enough. We have some, but it's cold. Can you make it not cold? Could you please? There's an ingenious machine. It used to be called a cell phone, but it is now called a microwave. And yeah, cold brew. Ew. But that's work. Madeline. This is work. This is work right now. I'm literally making money for us right now, and you can't bring me like a little bit of warmed up coffee. Come now, madam. Come now. You're being ridiculous. Are you are? Yes, I am. Yeah, I'm making probably what's gonna amount to be like 32 cents on Twitch. Twitch is paying me. I don't think that's what cold brew means, Bob. Oh, Bob, that reminds me. Um, Madeline works at a bagel shop, and she brought me some different styles of bagels, and one of them was a salted bagel. It had like a nice layer of salt right on top of it, and it just made me think of you. Um, we aren't going to see that money for a long time, girl. What are you talking about? A long time? I have almost enough for a payout. Bagels, fine. Old brew then. That's more. That's more on part. You salt. Bagels, bagels, bagels. Ban me, daddy. Ban him, Natty Daddy. Ugh, how could anyone not salt? I will say, actually, the salted bagel, did make me feel a little sick. Ooh, talking dirty to me. Bagels and banning. Yeah, it was a little excessive. I yeah, it could definitely have given me a heart attack if I was not, fitting in the prime of my. Oh God, gross. I'm really glad that it cuts off like right there. If I wasn't fitting in the prime of my life, it could have given me a huge heart attack. Sometimes I do speak like Adam in terms of food. I don't make the best choices because of, the tism. Um, but when I try, I try. Bob's gone now. Did you actually ban him or time him out? Now I have Pat all to myself. I'm curious. Oh. Also, I should probably make sure that that's muted just in case. Oh my God, Bob is not here. Oh, wow. Yes, Daddy, I liked it. Oh my God. I can't even. What's funny is that, like, multiple times this last week, I've thought about the fact that, like, my sister doesn't want my nephew and niece, like, watching my channel. And I'm like, what is so terrible on my account? Because literally, like, 4 years ago, I played Honeycam 4 years ago. And yeah, but then I also see nights like this. This account has so many timeouts between the elusive Mad and Python in Silfrin's channel. Honey Pop over Honeycam. Okay, I know, I know, I know, I know. Honey Pop has like a storyline, and whatever. And the hentai games, like they can sometimes slap. I was introduced to Honeycam through Gloom, and I was like, "Oh, this is good." Did not realize that Honey Pop was a thing until I was going through the achievements, and it was like have a like studio comprised entirely of Honey Pop characters. And I was like, "Oh, this is a thing." And then I looked up Honey Pop, and it was frankly too embarrassing for me to get at the time. And now I don't care, so I might actually try it at some point. I just prefer the match 3 to the sim stuff. Pat wouldn't know. I don't care about the content. I mean, wait, Pat wouldn't know? Pat wouldn't know what? Pat wouldn't know what? Pat knows everything, Madeline. That was embarrassing? Okay. Madeline, this was like years ago. Years ago. That, like, now I would not care. By the time I met you, I would not care. That was legit years ago. That was at least like 6 or 7 years ago. That was right around when I like started YouTube. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Anyways, can I ban Pat? No, you can't. Not from this one. You want to ban me on yours? Go ahead. No, don't actually. I have fun. I have fun over there. Do-do-do-do-do. Carlos laughs again and Adam decides he likes his Carlos better. You mean other than literally being run into by them? He'd somehow forgotten about that. Oh shit, right. Did the stain come out? Should I? It came out. Everything's fine. Carlos's smile faded and he looks contemplative. Honestly, it was probably the frat house. I'm really not just saying that because I want you to join or come to the party or whatever. I mean, yeah, that's. Nope, no more fun for you. Fine. Fine, that's fine. I'll just, I'll, I can make multiple accounts. I can make multiple accounts. You can't keep me out of the fun. You joined the frat to make friends? Carlos grins again. No, I joined the frat to get a lot of them sorority girls. Oh. Adam blushes. He's never heard it put quite that way, or quite that plainly before. And it worked. But also, it's actually a pretty good group of people. Also, the food is pretty much 1,000 times better than campus food. I'm sure you've encountered some of the interesting dining options by now. I just added a Thor to my stream too. Wait, what? A Thor? Thorfinn? Adam nods. He can still remember ordering fries with his burger and getting some green monstrosities that he wasn't sure he could identify and did not eat. AI chatbot. There's a Thor chatbot? That's AI? Wait. How is that different than a regular chatbot? What does the AI do? When's the party? This Friday. Starts at 5. Even though it's the last thing he would have expected to find himself doing, he actually considers it. I'll keep that in mind. Seriously, though, it's no obligation. And if you do come, you can leave at any point. But I thought it could be good for you. Okay. Thanks for the invitation. That was the personality I gave him, Bish. A Viking named Thor. Oh! Show me that, please, at some point. Show me how to do that. Maybe I can get Glitch Kitten in into chat. Carlos nods and sips his drink again. And as they sit, also, Madeline, where is this drink? Where is this hot beverage for me? Carlos nods and sips his drink again. And as they sit there in silence for a bit, Adam realizes he hadn't touched his tea yet. He takes a sip, and it's too bitter to drink by this point. Sir, it's still cold. Microwave, madam, microwave. You don't need to wait for the actual coffee pot. He sets it aside and stares at his hands. Carlos grins at him. So, tell me about this doctor stuff. Friday, September 16th, 2005. The party. Adam hesitates as he turns the corner and the frat house looms ahead. It's actually a surprisingly nice building, and there don't seem to be too many people around yet. Yeah, like Greek housing can actually be pretty solid. But that's work. It's less work than having to keep an eye on a like warming up pot. Probably because it's 4:30. I can't believe I'm missing a lecture for this. Oh, Adam, you poor, lovely, lovely, very attractive little nerd. He'd actually been hoping to catch Carlos before the madness of whatever. Excuse me, I'm yawning because Madeline won't get me some coffee. He'd actually been hoping to catch Carlos before the madness of whatever he expected a frat party would be. like started, and hopefully before Carlos got too drunk. Yeah, we've seen Carlos a little drank. He's not sure why, but he wants to get to know the real Carlos, not a drunken, exaggerated version. He's come to think of Carlos as a friend already, despite the short time they've known each other. He idly wonders if he's going to get lost in the crowd tonight. Just another of Carlos's friends and acquaintances whose name Carlos forgets when he's drunk. And he's not sure why that thought is so painful to him. He does another lap around the block and realizes that he couldn't show up that early to a party, and wondering if he could make up an excuse like having gotten the wrong time. Fair. Yeah, whatever time they give you, add half an hour, and you should be good. He turns the corner again, approaching the house again. He's hopeful somehow that Carlos would be outside, maybe getting something ready, but of course that would be too convenient. He allows himself another lap before steeling himself. Early or not, he had to do it. He walks up to the steps and knocks on the door. After a short pause, a tall guy with brown hair and a popped collar polo shirt in some obnoxious salmon pink opens it and looks down at him. Adam isn't used to being shorter than other people, and the guy isn't doing anything to help him feel more at ease. What? Sorry, I think I'm a little early. The guy looks down at him and seems to sneeze. Whatever. The guy walks away and leaves the door open, and Adam hesitates a bit before taking that as an invitation. He walks into the house and, after the entry hall, finds a large room featuring a TV and couches where a bunch of frat brothers are milling about with cans of beer. That was Robert. I kind of figured. Yeah. Super inviting and friendly guy. You'll have the coffee in half an hour. Oh my god, madam. If I told you I was yawning and I'm starting to get a headache, would that make it go any faster? Please. He looks around for Carlos, but doesn't see him anywhere. A brother near him holds out a can of beer in his direction. Um, sorry, are you offering that to me? The brother looks at him like he's stupid and he wants to object that he doesn't drink and can't legally drink anyway, but he takes it to avoid the conversation. Fair enough. I done goofed. What did you do? Did you turn it on and there was nothing in there? Because if you did, it's already warm. Or kind of warm. You can make more. Maybe. Um he wanders through the room. He wanders through the room. Patrick. Take two. He wanders through the room, through a doorway that leads to another, smaller area with a foosball table. The knot in his stomach that he doesn't realize was there. For real?
What?
Did you spill?
So, if you don't want it, make a new pot. I was trying to be a really, really good roommate. And I know that you put like a splash of vanilla. So I reached in the cabinet, I was like, oh, there it is. And I went, bloop, and I was like, wait a minute. Peppermint.
We don't have any vanilla?
Yeah. 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 So it's peppermint. um, do you like peppermint? Too strong? You want me for coffee? I was trying to be good.
Oh, okay. This is gonna be fun. This is gonna be fun. Okay. I know you gotta be in on this. I want to see her reaction when she sees the face that I make.
Okay,
When
yeah,
it tastes.
sure. Love it.
Because this hurts my throat to sniff.
What? It's peppermint. It's good for you.
Also, why are we doing this?
You know, like.
No. I am no professional with Twitch. I am a professional YouTuber, madam. This is.
Are you? and I are gonna do a podcast.
Stay tuned for that, yeah. Okay. Bob has faith in you.
Like peppermint.
With hazelnut?
It's not an atrocity, is it? Not your new favorite, but
It's not an atrocity. Oh. It hit my tongue in the back of my throat at not when I drank it. Oh. Oh.
My God.
Can you please make half a pot?
Half a pot?
Yes, please.
Okay.
I will keep this to sip on because it's not totally terrible. But when it's done, feel free to come back and get this, please.
You want me to be on your stream some more? Sure.
Yeah, sure. Sure, we can do that.
Intentional now.
All right. All right. We gotta get Adam back in frame. Why is it on like the back of my lips? That was something. I was trying to be nice. Okay, peppermint coffee sounds delicious. Peppermint coffee, yes. Peppermint hazelnut, little different. Yeah, and it was a nice thought because I do put like vanilla in with the hazelnut to make it French vanilla. We have not had vanilla in this house for like 6 weeks, maybe. So, but we have had a really old peppermint extract that's been in there for like months. I don't know. I don't use it. I know. And reading gets the vapors to Madeline. I'm gonna go ahead and keep reading. We are not getting through this game tonight. This is only 7,000 words, and we have been going for almost an hour and a half. The knot in his stomach that he didn't realize was there disappears when he recognizes Carlos is back at the table, facing off with another couple of brothers. I thought you had the peppermint in there, so I saw the extract bottle and assumed. No, honey. The peppermint oil is different than peppermint extract. One is edible, one is not. But thank you. There's some frantic movement, and Carlos lets out a yell that sounds celebratory. Congratulations? Adam isn't sure about the proper greeting in this situation. Carlos turns and grins when he spots him. Hey dude, you're early. Again? Adam suddenly feels extremely self-conscious. Sorry, I didn't want to be late, but I guess it's a party, so it's fine to show up late, so I probably should have done that. Yes, whatever time they give you for a party, no matter what kind of party it is, add half an hour. Add half an hour. No one's ready when they say that their party is starting. And if they are, they're nerds. And if you show up that early, you're a nerd. Carlos just laughs, comes up to him and slaps a hand on his back, leading him toward the table. This is Adam. He's my guy. My Bob. Moy. Oh. Nope. Nope. That's Spanish. He's muy intelligent, but also a little too timely. that would be my uneducated. Hang on. Sorry. I know I'm holding up the show. Holding up the show. Ooh, hello. That would be why. My quality assurance screen went black, and it would be because it disconnected. What a... Always early. Yep, Mad's always early. Hi. Adam tries letting himself be led. The other two guys introduce themselves as Gerald and Juan, and Carlos's hand stays firmly perched on his shoulder blade. He's surprisingly thankful for it. So, want to turn? That's Gerald. He remembers. The name's already getting jumbled in his head from his discomfort. Oh, I've never played before. Then you can be on my team, Carlos says. Juan seems to object to this, but Carlos just shakes his head. Oh, Halamelo, Juan. Halamelo? Does that mean calm down? But I'm late to start drinking tonight. Maddie, are you getting Maddie Daddy, are you getting swifty tonight? Are you getting swifty? Are we getting swifty tonight? Adam takes the spot next to Carlos, and he's pretty sure he's being more of a hindrance than a help, but it's still the most fun he's had since he's arrived on campus. Gerald scores the winning point, and Carlos groans. Losers take a shot, says Juan as he holds out a couple of red cups. Adam takes one, looking over at Carlos for guidance, but not really wanting to drink. He's worried somehow about being caught and cited, even though he's pretty sure that would be the least of campus's worries tonight. Ooh, okay, it's lewd. um, wait, am I spelling that right? I think it translates to something like jerk me. Okay, got it. It's like suck it. I'm drinking some cider, so I might. Ooh, okay. Well, that's fun. I might have some lime juice then at some point. Okay, I tried looking it up and it just kept coming up as jalapeno. um, I already read that. Instead, Carlos shakes his head and sets the cup down. No, I didn't. No, I didn't agree to that. He looks over at Adam. You don't have to take it either, Adam, unless you want to. Come on, man. It evens up the game. Gerald seems to be pouting, and Adam thinks this is more what he'd expected from a frat party or a frat brother. Adam's also pretty sure that his logic's backwards. Carlos shakes his head again, looking stern now. No, you're not allowed to pressure anyone into drinking. Carlos? That's not cool, Gerald. Adam sets his cup down too, feeling emboldened by Carlos. Whatever, losers. Gerald storms out the door, back to the main room, and Carlos shakes his head. Sorry about him. Carlos apologizes, and Adam isn't sure why. It's not your fault. Uh, I guess you're more a beer person? Juan looks at him with confusion. What? Oh, Adam suddenly remembers he'd been holding a can when he walked in and vaguely remembers setting it down somewhere. No, I don't drink. Someone handed it to me and I didn't know what to do. So you took it without intending to drink it. Juan's looking at him judgmentally. I guess. Carlos seems to come to his rescue. Stop that. This is Adam's first party. We're supposed to be making him feel welcome. If that means he doesn't want to drink, he doesn't have to drink. You know, I don't drink either. What? Well, I messed that up hardcore then. Oops. Um, Adam's honestly surprised by that statement. Somehow Carlos had seemed like the kind of guy who would get trashed an hour into the party and spend the rest of the night passed out somewhere. That was what I was thinking when I played Zags and definitely got him drunk. Oops. Fine, whatever. Adam, come. Uh, Adam, come play with me. Maybe the two of us can beat this puto. Juan winks at him and moves aside. I mean, you saw the consequences to his drinking, so there's a reason he doesn't drink. Fair. Very fair. Carlos grins at that. Bring it on! Adam joins Juan and manages to get the hang of it fairly quickly until he feels he's no longer being an active hindrance. Even as Carlos scores the winning goal, Juan looks impressed. ¿Cómo consiste este güey? Bob, am I gonna be saying anything offensive in Spanish aside from suck me or jerk me? Oh, hi, Ottawan. Idiot. Oh my god. Thanks, Mad. How do you know this idiot? Got it. Carlos shrugs and Adam realizes the question isn't directed at him. Uh, Office hours. Cricket. Cricket este chico pendejo, pero pirisi que pendejo soy yo? Yeah. I thought he was stupid, but it turns out I was the idiot. Adam's pretty sure they're talking about him, but Juan just laughs and pats Adam on the back. I'm gonna go rejoin the real party. You have fun, you two. He disappears through the doorway, leaving him alone with Carlos. Oh. Chico? What do you want to do? This is so. Bob, do you actually speak Spanish? I'm going to assume yes, but just curious. What? Carlos shrugs. We should probably head back out there too. Not fluently, enough to know what you're saying in your game. Got it. But I can theoretically get by. I get it. Oh, that's fair. I know enough French that I lasted in Paris, so that to me means that I know French. So same sitch. I forgot what this was for a second. Ugh. Adam follows Carlos back out. The room is busier now and full of more people and smelling even more strongly of cheap beer. You don't drink beer? Adam still can't quite reconcile the social butterflies he's made Carlos out to be. The social butterfly he made Carlos out to be in his mind with a teetotaler. I know that we already know that word because this is the second time you've used it in these games. But for the kids, uh, the practice of promotion to a total personal abstinence from the consumption of alcohol. Got it. A sober hoe. Doesn't drink. A sober hoe. Got it. All right, we want to get rid of you, but I still want my activity thing. There we go. Carlos shrugs. I don't drink any alcohol. Not really a fan of it. That's surprising. Carlos grins and throws an arm over his shoulder, and Adam decides he really likes it. Well, then I guess I'm just full of surprises, dude. Carlos waves at a couple of guys standing in the corner, and Adam lets himself be led over to them. These people actually end up being fairly interesting, and even after Carlos ditches them for some other brothers, he's enjoying talking to them about their admittedly less recent orientation experiences and classes. Carlos reappears a while later holding a bottle of something that looks like hard liquor, and Adam notes that he's intentionally angling it away from him, maybe out of respect. So the new guy brought this bottle of actually decent vodka, and I know you two have such refined taste. So if you want some, one of the guys, Hendrik, gives Carlos the finger, and Adam realizes it's actually teasing. Hey, are you gonna introduce me, Carlos? Is that my vodka? A guy who looks somewhat drunk. Oh, have an idea. A guy who looks somewhat drunk already stumbles over to them, and Carlos throws his arm over his shoulder. Adam feels strangely jealous. I was just sharing it, dude. Um, Carlos shakes his head, and Adam realizes that dude wasn't intentional. It's funny how quickly you pick up people close to you's like language. Anyway, Adam, Hendrik, Martin, this is Tom. How did I know? Tom, Adam, Hendrik, Martin. Bro, this party is great. And I think you've had enough to drink tonight. Excuse us. Carlos hands the bottle off to Hendrik over Tom's protests and pulls him toward a different corner. Yeah. Yeah, Tom, you're going to have a very interesting party in about a year's time. So, you know. Adam watches them go and watches Carlos sit Tom down in a relatively uncrowded area of the wall before handing him a bottle of water. Carlos seems responsible. Martin laughs. He can be. If you ever say that to his face, he'd be insulted, but he definitely can be, especially when it comes to people. Well, I definitely did not do the right choices for Zags. Hendrik shakes his head and holds out the bottle. I'm gonna go donate this confiscated contraband to the house's secret stash. Excuse me. Adam watches him go, and Martin downs the rest of his beer. Sweat him. You seem even more out of place here than we do. What brings you to the party? Oh, Carlos invited me because he thought it might help me make friends, and I figured it was worth a shot. Heart of gold, that one. Adam looks over at Carlos again, sitting next to Tom on the floor and chatting with him. So I'm learning. Well, if your goal is to make friends, I should go introduce you to some of the newer initiates, since Hendrik and I are both graduating this year. Not that you wouldn't be a lot of fun to get to know, but there's not a lot of longevity there, huh? Was that sarcasm, dude? Adam isn't sure if he should be touched or offended. Martin laughs. What, that you're a lot of fun? Hey, coming from anyone else, it probably would be, but Carlos thinks you're cool, and he has good taste in friends, so I think you're probably pretty okay. Adam feels warm for some reason at the thought that these people consider him Carlos's friend. I'll take pretty okay. Thanks, dude. You said you're bio, right? Viha over there is bio too, and he's a sophomore like Carlos. Come on. Adam spends the rest of the evening being introduced to various brothers, and despite the rowdiness and general nauseating scent of booze in the air, he finds he's actually really enjoying himself. Carlos finds him a while later, throwing an arm over his shoulder again, and Adam's starting to realize that's just his way of being affectionate. How's mi chico favorito? Adam likes the sound of that. Good. Will was just telling me about the flood they had last year when a water main broke in the Williamson building. Oh, that was a good time. People were rafting in the lecture halls on folding tables, and campus police were citing people like crazy. Carlos seems nostalgic, and Adam wonders if he'd been one of the ones rafting in the lecture hall. That doesn't actually sound like that good of a time. It also sounds like a nightmare to clean up, not to mention the mold and other health hazards. Anyway, if we don't want to deal with the aftermath of all this drinking, we should probably head outside. I estimate the first casualty should be happening approximately now. As if on cue, a bunch of shouting starts in one corner of the room, and Carlos grins at him. Adam's just shocked. What? How did you? Oh, he was about to blow when I left him. I figured you wouldn't enjoy this part, because I certainly don't. Neither of us is drunk enough to not care, so outside? Adam nods, bidding farewell to Will and following Carlos back out the front door. They sit on the steps together. How was your first party? Carlos looks at him, seemingly with bated breath. It was surprisingly nice, dude. Thanks for inviting me. Carlos seems to relax. Well, I started you off easy. Hendrik and Martin are the two most straight-laced guys here. Well, except for Steve, but even Steve tends to let loose a bit at parties. Thanks, I really appreciate everything you've done for me, dude. Not just tonight. Carlos laughs and pats his shoulder. Well, then you're welcome, dude. I'm glad you had a good time, and hopefully you met some interesting people. I did. Carlos's arm finds his shoulder again. Adam leans against him. It's actually really nice. Can I ask you something, dude? You can ask me anything, but I can't guarantee I'll answer. Carlos says, but it's teasing, and it puts Adam at ease. You really just thought I needed a friend? Carlos seems to stiffen at that for some reason before chuckling. What, you thought I wanted to get into your pants? The thought hadn't actually crossed his mind. No, I just... Relax, I'm kidding. Carlos removes his arm, and Adam feels awkward, continuing to lean against him, until he sits up straight again. You just seem like someone who needed to let loose a little, and I like to think I'm pretty good at that. There's more to college than just classes and homework and office hours, no? In your case, it sounds like there's only the more. If Carlos is going to tease him, he's not just going to sit there and take it. Carlos grins at him. Oh, I see how it is, Mr. Chico Grosero. Translation. If you're going to call me that, you'd better mean it. I'm going to wear it like a badge of honor. Maybe just Chico then. It's shorter, and the fewer words the better. Sounds about right. You seem like you'll take just about any shortcuts you can get. This feels comfortable already. Well, I'm sorry to tell you, but you're not special. I rescue hundreds of freshmen every year from the pressures of endless toil and the weight of academic success. Rude guy. Okay. But then Carlos ruffles his hair and it reminds him of his sister, and Adam swallows the obvious comeback about academic success. Well, then I'm honored to be one of your statistics. Thanks for coming tonight, Chico. Adam's heart warms at that. Well, thank you again. He can make out another year from inside the house. He can make out another yell from inside the house through the open doorway. It sounds like this is a good time for me to go. Probably, unless you enjoy cleaning up projectile vomit and day-old spilled beer. He shakes his head and stands. I'm glad I met you, dude. Carlos grins up at him. I'll see you at office hours on Wednesday. Dude. Wednesday, October 5th, 2005. I think you actually mean vesicles there, dude. Adam feels less bad correcting Carlos now that they're friends. Carlos grins at him. So I do. 10 extra credit points on the next exam I give. But since I don't give exams, he shrugs. As I was saying, vesicles infuse with membranes in the cell, but otherwise they have very similar purposes. Who can give me some examples of cell membranes? Adam still feels a bit guilty doing this, and maybe also a little annoyed that he has to because it's not really his job, but he's not about to let the other students be fed incorrect information. He doesn't volunteer this answer, at least letting someone else take it. Any other questions? Carlos looks around the room. And seeing none, thanks for coming, everyone. Adam packs up his notebook and turns when he feels Carlos's hand on his shoulder. Thanks, I can never get those two straight. Oh, Adam blushes, and not just because Carlos's hand is somehow comforting. Actually, the way I usually remember is kind of inappropriate. Oh my. You've got me curious. Although you're so straight-laced that inappropriate could mean it involves the word dag-nabbit. Dude. Yeah, Chico. This is the... What is this lewd mnemonic? vesicles looks kind of like testicle, and testicle produces sperm, which gets ejected. So vesicles confused with membranes, including the cell wall, to eject their contents. Vacuoles don't. Vesicles and vacuoles. That's actually a. You know, the logic is there. Carlos stares at him for a moment and then laughs. I love that. I was going to ask you to share with the group next time, but I don't know if I can get away with that one, though. Even if this is biology and ejaculation is a natural biological function, Adam tries not to blush and mostly succeeds. Also, vacuole has an O in it, which is like a container, and vacuoles are the bigger containers. He should just he should have just said that one. Okay, fair enough. That one took me a minute. That one we can probably share. Adam picks up his backpack and pulls it on. You know, it wouldn't hurt for you to actually prep for these every once in a while. He wonders if that was a mistake. Their friendship feels reasonably strong by now, but he still shouldn't push it. Fortunately, Carlos doesn't seem to mind. You're not wrong, but also effort. Wow. A friend not wanting to put in effort in any extra effort? That sound familiar? Madeline? So how about I do something for you instead? For being my backup replacement for prepping. You don't have to do anything for me, dude. This is actually a good opportunity for me to make sure I really know this stuff. Well, I know I don't have to, but friends do stuff together, right? Yeah, they do. Adam likes the reminder and acknowledgement that they're friends. Then let's do stuff. Are you sick of campus food yet? Adam thinks back to the overcooked pizza he'd had last night at the campus dining hall. A little, yeah. You want that coffee or not? Are you making it? Ugh. Then I'll give you two choices. You can either come eat at the frat house with me tonight, or I can take you out for pizza. They're, eh, very pepperminty.
You'd like it, you know?
It's not like horrible, but it has a taste. It has a taste and a feel and a smell. Just heat up the peppermint extract. Bob, quit choosing violence. Quit choosing violence tonight. From the relative effort you gave each of those two options, it sounds like you want me to pick pizza. ¿Por qué no? Oh. ¿Por qué no es dos? I say that all the time. I know what that one means. I say that literally all the time. Ugh. Um, I'll take that as a yes. Pizza sounds good, dude. So fun. This isn't really worth a story time, but fun little fact story thing is that Dorian speaks Spanish, and whenever he like asks me between something in column A, something in column B, I normally do por conoces dos. Thank you. I will cut you in the face.
How's it taste?
I don't know. I don't know. It's okay.
Good. Glad. Aw.
Guys, if this is my last stream, would you like to eat or starve to death? Por conoces dos. You can eat and never be full. Um Yeah, whenever he asks me like a column A, column B thing, then I normally do por qué no haces dos. Uh, and then we like not vacationed, I wouldn't say, but we went to Denver. This is when we were still living, right? Yeah, this is when we were still living in New Mexico. We went up to Denver, and he met like my best friend, not Madeline. Um, Bob, I should have done that. Um, he met my best friend, not Madeline, my like best friend since middle school. Um, and she was talking to her boyfriend while we were all sitting. I think we were getting pizza or something. Not that I eat pizza, but you know, we were all out having a good night together. And I don't remember what the thing was, but he was like, "Oh, is it this or is it this?" And she looks at him and goes, "Por qué no haces dos?" And Dorian just like turned over at me. I was like, "See this? This is where I get it. But it was like an upbringing thing." So not worth the story time, but I thought that was hilarious when it happened. It made me feel very vindicated that you know I had I had someone there showing like why that's my go-to answer to him. Carlos slaps his back. Great. I might still be a it might still be a little early, but I could always eat unless you want to wait a bit. No, I skipped lunch today, so I don't mind an early dinner. Say no to drugs, say yes to pizza. Best best sign in the game. He follows Carlos off campus to a small, unassuming restaurant. His nose is immediately filled with the heavenly scent of warm dough when they walk in. Carlos is right that Wednesdays aren't busy, although it could just be the early dinner time. But there's no wait, and they're immediately seated at a table. Oh, we'll have to come back here for breakfast sometime too. They do this weird pancake pizza thing that's a pancake crust topped with eggs and other pizza toppings. That sounds intriguing. Adam tries to imagine what that would taste like. But for now, what you really want to get is pizza. What toppings are you into, Chico? Oh, I usually get pepperoni or sausage. Of course you do. Of course you do. What's your opinion on pineapple on pizza? Carlos seems to be grinning now. Oh, there was another thing. Oh, right. My video. Bob, you should watch my video coming out this Saturday. um, yeah, I was gonna launch into like, oh, there was something else that made me think of you. But that would give things away. So you should watch my video this Saturday. I give you a shout out. Um, Carlos seems to be grinning now. Huh? Adam tries to remember if he's ever had it before. I couldn't say. I don't think I've had it before. Looking forward to it. Oh, boy, you should. Everybody should. Anybody that's yeah, anybody watching this now or as a VOD. Yeah, watch Saturday's video. It's gonna be a hoot of a time. When I was writing this chapter, I felt the need to justify why Carlos says dude and calls Adam Chico, and why they ate pineapple jalapeno pizza. So this is the third checkbox. Fair enough. I like that it incorporate like I don't know. I felt like I didn't question the dude and Chico thing. I did kind of feel like it was a thing between them. Um but I do really like the like canonical backstory to it. One is of the opinion that pineapple on pizza is an unforgivable abomination, and I've been tempted to try it ever since, so I can prove him wrong. But no one I've come here with has been brave enough to try it with me. What if it's actually bad? Carla shrugs. You've eaten worse, like the campus food. That's a valid point, dude. You mind if I get pineapple on my half at least? Adam considers for a moment. Fuck it, you only live once, right? Full pineapple. Carla stares at him, seemingly shocked. Chico? What? You called me straight laced. That can be fun. remembers how conversation with Martin. He remembers his conversation with Martin and feels a need somehow to keep making sure that Carlos likes him. What's funny is that this kind of reminds me of like a couple of weeks ago when Lord Glitch was like, "Did we just hear Patrick cuss?" Like, oh yeah, I do that. I do that a lot. I just haven't really with this game. Carlos looks amused now, and Adam thinks that's a good sign. Okay, Mr. What's the opposite of straight laced? Uh, Gay bear. Like when you don't have shoes, then literally just like the tongue is sticking out. But I don't want to say gay bear tongue. I feel like that doesn't sound good. Lopsided laced? Sure, let's go with that. How adventurous are you feeling then? Kind of scared now to hear what you're going to suggest. The opposite of pineapple is jalapenos, right? It is? Sweet versus spicy, yellow versus green, big and spiky versus small and smooth. Carlos. I'm not sure I'd classify most of those things as opposites. Also, they're both still fruit. And we're going to need to have the fruit versus vegetable argument later, too. But Juan had mentioned that pineapple concoction that he tried was a pineapple jalapeno. Something about how the sweet and spicy were supposed to balance each other out. Actually, I kind of like spicy food sometimes. I could be up for it. Adam can't actually remember the last time he had something like a hot pepper, but he remembers at least that he didn't hate them. Carlos grins. Pineapple jalapeno it is. And to be clear, if this is inedible, it is entirely your fault, and you owe me a dinner at the frat too. See, now I don't know whether I'd prefer it to be good or terrible. Adam blushes at that. Whatever, dude. Order the damn pizza. Okay, now I'm getting gay vibes from Adam that were not there before, and I don't know if it's because it was put in my brain or if it's because I'm getting gay vibes from Adam. I'm gonna wash your mouth out with soap, Chico. But Carlos orders the pizza, and partway through an argument about tomatoes as fruit, it arrives. I haven't consciously changed the way I wrote him. It's because it was put in your brain. I like Adam, yes, awkward. Awkward at like the male relationship thing. That's fine. I get that. Like I've had male friends that like showing affection has been a weird thing. Um but now I'm like he's blushing. He's like getting I guess not flustered, but he like wants to yes and Carlos and I I don't know. I don't know. Now I'm like, all right, you guys, just let's let's get this over with. We know you're gonna do it anyway. Will they, won't they? It's more like when they. On three? Sure. Sure, Adam counts to three and they both take their first bite at the same time. He chews thoughtfully, trying to let the flavors sink into his mouth. Actually, really works. Carlos's face does some interesting things, but overall it looks positive. So, Adam asked tentatively, is it bad if I say I really like it? And I promise it's not because I want to eat the entire thing and leave you destitute? Adam's face breaks out in a smile. Dude, I was gonna say the same thing. Carlos grins. Yeah, so fuck one, right? This is really good. Adam laughs and he thinks he's the most relaxed he's been yet this year. Also, the pizza itself is really good too. Good crust, good crust thickness. Cheese seems to be good quality. When have I ever steered you wrong, Chico? You guys have known each other for like 2 weeks. Calm down. I'm beginning to think that you can't. Carlos smiles at that and pats his hand across the table. And that, see? Pats his hand across the table. Like, It's, I don't know. I don't know. And the two of them sit at the table, deep in conversation, long after the pizza's gone. Cute. Okay, good to know. What timestamp are we at? We're at about 2 hours already. How many words is falling? 10,000. Okay. I think we can get through falling into place. But I think that'll is really the first new one. Okay, but they do this already in both games you've played. Bob, you wrote a sexually ambiguous character. Now. Because in the first game, I was like, ooh, is Adam like hitting on us? I know he has a girlfriend. Is he maybe bi? Is he pan? Like, is this something we can pursue? And then no, the more I pursued him, the more I became interested in Carlos. Which is great, which is fine, which is cool, which is fun. But yeah, then the second game I was like, are you sure you don't want me to elaborate? No, not yet. I don't want you to do it yet. I want to come up with my own opinions and I want to voice them as we go through the next 15 years. And did I miss something, or is that just more throne stuff? Oh my gosh. Also, whenever I see that throne ad, it does make me think Madeline's birthday is coming up. And the present that I'm getting her is very silly. And that message makes me think about it. Happy birthday, the elusive Mad. Her birthday is on May Day. They'll be doing a birthday stream where I need to. Would you say the present in is silly? Get her a sill in a box. That actually would be very silly. Uh, it's great. Yes, please. Oh, it's gonna be something she does not want though. It's gonna be something she does not want, and I'm gonna give it to her on stream. Yes, I'm very excited about it. Also, Mad, we need to finish talking about what we're gonna do for that, because if you want to do like the cupcake or muffin thing, we need to get that going. Yeah. I'm gonna yes and the shit out of you. With this gift, I don't think you want to yes and it. But okay, I'm gonna hold you to that. I'm gonna hold you to that. Oh. It's gonna be a fun May Day. If I didn't say it, her birthday's on May Day. So May 1st. Be there or be square. All right, let's read Adam and Carlos moving to San Fran after graduation. And this should actually take us from 2009 to 2013, so 2014, depending on how long that is. We could probably get through all of this tonight. Falling into place. Viewpoint. Carlos. Adam and Carlos moved to San Francisco after graduation. 2009 and 2013 epilogue. Approximate word count 10,000. You can see Carlos is absolutely shredded. Saturday, May 16th, 2009. You still don't have to come to San Francisco with me, Adam says, pulling Carlos out of his thoughts. Carlos looks over at Adam, who seems to be looking at him with sympathy. He's pretty sure it's not only because of what just happened with his mom, although he really doesn't want to think about that right now. Carlos is absolutely shredded. Ugh, abs. Ugh. Nad, we gotta redo how we're doing the kitchen, because I need to get shredded. I also think I want to get like Can you put his face on a box grater? For context, because you didn't do the story so far. This is literally just. Did I not? This is their graduation day. This is Carlos just came out to his mom and was solely rejected. I figured that. Oh no. Did I miss the canonical stuff? Is there okay. Tell me what what canonically I need to know. Um I know that he was not accepted by his mother. Is he dating Chris? Is that a canonical thing? It's fine. That chapter is literally just a summary of Zags. Okay. But did I do the story mostly correctly in Zags? Is he dating Chris? That's my big one. Or is he alone? No. Is Chris dating James? Okay. That breaks my heart. Yes. Okay. Oh, Bob, you break my heart. Okay. Are we dating anybody? Or are we just canonically Carlos dated no one, kind of. We'll get to that part. But hooked up with Dan a lot. Okay. Okay. I can okay. Hmm. Okay. I can see it because of like Carlos's easy, laid back demeanor, yada yada. Um, hmm, interesting. I want to replay Zags now. Okay, but I need to get through the current playthrough I'm doing of YAGS. God, I have so much stuff to do. Okay. Ooh. Chico, it's kind of a little late for that. We have an apartment. I have a job. Carlos ruffles Adam's hair, matted down strangely from the graduation cap. Besides, I don't want to be anywhere you aren't. See? That sounds a little affectionate, a little overly affectionate. Ag's canon is that Carlos's acceptance of his sexuality came through his sexual awakening with Dan. Interesting. Okay. Hmm. I really need to. Hello. Okay. I really need to replay now. You say that now, but wait until you meet some strapping young man who sweeps you off your feet. Adam bats his hand away and makes an attempt at smoothing out his hair. That hits a little too close given the conversation they both seem to be avoiding. I'd still want to be where you are. You don't have to replay Zags. The story so far covers most of it. Oh, I'm sure. But no, I need to replay Zags. A, I want all the CGs. B, I want to see how that unfolds. C, like I said, I still need to get through Yags because I'm getting all 333 collectibles and I'm still only at like 80 something. Adam looks like he wants to say something snarky, but then his expression softens. Dude, that's nice. Yeah, yeah, let's go find your parents. Monday, September 7th, 2009. Oh, wow, okay, so we're skipping months. We're skipping the summer. Carlos pauses the game at the sound of the key in the door. The muffled chatter on the other side tells him that Adam isn't alone. He thought it was Lyme disease. Carlos doesn't recognize that voice. Oh, Nick. Hmm. Okay. Also interested that you can like see Nick's nipple. It might just be like the way that the shirt is, but I'm like, I feel like I can see Nick's nipple. I know, right? Adam walks into the apartment, followed by a guy that Carlos has never met before. They're both looking incredulous at whatever topic they're discussing. Adam grins at him. And here's Carlos. Carlos, this is Nick. Oh, Carlos has heard about him before. Hey, dude, welcome to our humble abode. Thanks. He follows Adam's lead and kicks off his shoes by the door before looking around. Nice. Then he shakes his head and walks up to Carlos, hand outstretched. Sorry, it's nice to meet you. Okay. And Adam's face, like it looks, I don't know, like he's planning something. Is Nick, is this maybe gonna be a thing? Is he planning this, sir? Carlos stands and shakes it. His grip is firm, solid, and warm. Confident, but friendly. He'd been hoping to meet the guy that Adam had hit it off with almost immediately the first week of classes. At first, he'd been worried about being replaced as Adam's best friend, but Adam being Adam, had immediately noticed his discomfort and been reassured. Still, he can't help but feel a tinge of jealousy that he does his best to suppress. I've heard a lot about you. Nick seems to blush at this. Well, I hope it's all good things. Adam stands behind him and grins. Only how you're the worst study partner ever. Yeah, like it's my fault both of us misremember it as UGG. Uh, it's the one that looks like a university, not the shoe. Nick looks exasperated. That would have been more useful before the pop quiz, Adam. Adam shakes his head, still smiling. Sorry. We can go review in my room if you're busy out here. Carlos shakes his head at navigating to the menu and quitting the game. Yeah, like there's any space in there with all your clothes and books. No, it's more comfortable out here, and I should start dinner anyway. I forget the context of this now, but it's some genetics thingy, I think. So UGG. Wait, probably. It sounds familiar to some of like the anatomy pathology stuff that I had to take for my job because I have to deal with people, fortunately. But neato. You're sure? Nick looks at him, legitimately concerned. Don't let us put you out like that. Dude, I'm sure. The only thing I need from you is to know if you're staying for dinner. Oh. Nick looks over at Adam and shrugs. I expected I'd just order some delivery? Nope, no way. I'm making another attempt at asado? Sure, that sounds right. That is the correct way to pronounce that. I'm making another attempt at casado tonight. Roast me on TikTok if it's wrong. Now that I found actual plantains instead of trying those store-bought bananas again. Nick stuffs his hands into his pocket. If you're sure it's not too much trouble. Shush, cooking for three isn't different than cooking for two. Carlos also wants to be able to keep an eye on them, at least for a bit, and he wonders if that'll be good or bad for his jealousy. I don't think it'll be great. I don't think it'll be that good. Carlos stands and Adam sits on the couch next to where he just was. Thanks, dude. Don't thank me yet, Chico. This could still go disastrously wrong. Sounds like maybe you should be a bacteria and have better. Sounds like maybe you should be a bacteria and have better polymerase. That is the correct way to say that. Adam says, and Nick snickers as he sits on the couch next to Adam. Carlos isn't sure he likes jokes that he doesn't understand. I will say I feel like doctory genetic jokes are not where it's at. I like puns and I like jokes about like literature. Those are my nerd jokes that I can get. But maybe it's because I hated anatomy and pathology so much. Yeah, then maybe I can infect you and dump some nucleotide sequences encoding for better jokes. Carlos hoped that makes some sense, and Nick laughs at it, so he supposes it works okay. Dump some nucleotide sequences encoding for better jokes. Yep. Thanks for cooking, dude. Again. Not a problem, Chico. I enjoy it. He makes his way to the kitchen and busies himself with the dishes, keeping an eye on Adam and Nick the whole time, but not sure he likes the ease by which they interact. Why am I so jealous of this guy? Monday, September 14th. The sound of the key in the door distracts Carlos from his book, and he looks up from the lack of chatter he assumes Adam is alone. And his thought is confirmed when Adam walks through the door and shuts it behind him. Hey, Chico. No, Nick? Oh, no, we're studying separately tonight. Break up with your best bud already? He means it to be teasing, but it hits a little too close. Adam laughs and shakes his head. Nah, we just seen each other a lot recently. I think it'll be good to get some study time apart too. We have the same weaknesses, which isn't great for a study standpoint. Shouldn't that be a good thing so you can review them together? He kicks himself for not seeing the opportunity to get Adam for himself for a bit. Nah, do you feel this jealous when I have other friends around? Um, you'd think it would be, but he prefers to focus on the stuff he already understands, which is a little pointless in my mind. I mean, play to your strengths, but also if you're trying to learn. What friends? Ouch, burn. Okay, when I'm online and when I'm online and you see Bob interacting, or Sil, or Glitch, or anybody. When I go to Digi for help, do you get these feelings? Also, I've hung out with friends. I've hung out with friends. Oh yeah, so jealous. Um, dot dot dot. Well, we've gone out with a couple people before. I count that as hanging out with friends. And I feel like we've haven't we had people at the apartment yet? Sir, have we not had anybody over? Hmm. Eh, you don't leave aside from work. Your sister. I guess that's fair. I think we've only technically had like family, quote unquote, um, come to the apartment. Hmm. Well then, I might have to change that. Hmm. Um, the mm, Carlos likes the sound of that a little too much. Well, I got some more plantains, so I was gonna attempt the catacombs tonight. Not for dinner, but just to see. Adam plops down next to him on the couch, throwing an arm over his shoulder and pulling him close to him. Not. See? Now my brain. Now my brain. Adam plops down to him, throwing an arm over his shoulder and pulling him close to him. Not going out tonight? Nah, the club that Joey and I were looking at has a weird DJ tonight. Thanks, dude. You always take such good care of me. They're just affectionate. Stop reading into it. How can I not read into this with what you said earlier? Yeah, someone has to. Um, Adam just looks at him affectionately and shakes his head, but doesn't say anything to that. Later, have I been unfair to you, dude? Carlos looks up from his plate, confused. Adam looks concerned. What? No. Why? It occurred to me that I've been so buried in books lately and haven't been making time for you, and you're cooking for me and cleaning the apartment, and Adam shrugs. Adam is better at being a friend than most partners are at being partners. Acknowledging this stuff. Uh, I will say that my earlier comment has nothing to do with AGS. Bob. Bobbala. Baba dubby bubba. I will finish. I will finish. Then discussion. Then discussion. Carlos doesn't want to say it's not the books that have been bothering him. And this is different from your usual academically minded self. How? At least I don't have to drag you kicking and screaming into a social life anymore. Is that how you'd characterize it? Kicking and screaming? Carlos grins, stuttering and apologizing. Adam laughs and he knows he's also remembering the first awkward first interactions they'd had and how he'd had to drag Adam to coffee to get him to relax. At least I don't have to correct you on biology now, Adam says. Him never touching a textbook again. Amen. Adam laughs again, then grows serious. But really, dude, you moved here for me. I don't think I've been fair to you lately. That's being generous. I didn't move here for you, Chico. There was a job here, and there's some good beaches here. Dude, you complained about the quality of the beaches for weeks when we moved. I'm sure you would have rather ended up in LA or Florida or something. I'd still never want to be somewhere you're not. Carlos realizes after it's out that that doesn't exactly help his case. Adam bites his lip, looking significantly less happy now. He feels a need to fix it. Dude, it's really fine. It's important that you do well. I understand. We should do something together. We should do something together, I mean. We could play Smash. Then a surprise. See, and now he's asking to Smash. You want to tell me not to read into this? It's been a surprisingly long time since they've done that. You wanna correct me now, Bob? No, I mean something out of the ordinary. We could go surf or something. Are we gonna get to see Adam surf? You don't surf, Carlos replies automatically, although he thinks he wouldn't mind getting Adam into a wetsuit. I wouldn't mind trying. Carlos pats his hand. I appreciate it, Chico, but it's fine. Really. Go kick med school's ass like I know you can. Adam smiles at him. Doesn't seem convinced. Josh, eat your beans before they get cold. That does it, and Adam grins. Yes, mother. Saturday, September 19th, 2009. Do you have plans today? Carlos, lying in his bed, looks up from his book at Adam, standing in the doorway of his room. Oh. Great, get dressed. Chico, what? Carlos really likes the idea of doing something with Adam, but he's still caught by surprise at the suggestion. It's a surprise. Get dressed. Adam grins at Carlos. He shakes his head. What about studying? What about us? I miss hanging out with you. Get dressed. Carlos shakes his head again, but he's grinning now. Who would have thought you'd be the one to drag me out somewhere? Yeah, don't get used to it, dude. Adam grins suddenly drops. I mean, no, the fact that this is unusual is a problem. Dude, stop that. You don't have to always apologize for actually taking school seriously. Okay. Adam still looks unsure. Now shut the door so I can change. Unless you want a strip tease. Adam grins at that, but shuts the door behind him. I mean, soon to smash, and then. Okay. Okay. Later. The surprise ends up being an escape room, and between Adam's attention to detail and Carlos's memory, they manage to escape with plenty of time to spare. Ooh, that sounds like fun. Mad, let's do an escape room. Mad, I feel like. Hang on. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Mad, you moved out here for me. I feel like I haven't been fair to you. We aren't hanging out enough. And when we do, it's mostly to go to McDonald's, and then I laugh when you fall in the parking lot. So I feel like we should hang out more. We should make more of an effort to do things just us. There you go. See, Bob, your game is fixing friendships or strengthening friendships. I don't think Matt and I are broken yet. But there you go. And yes, you did. We did improv. Oh yeah, you're right. We do things together. We do things together, just us. Weekly. Um, they sit together along the Embarcadero afterwards with ice cream cones staring out over the bay. We even got ice cream after our show. Hey, not another friendship pairing that's similar to us in certain ways, but not in other ways, apparently. And we're talking about a cafe and starting a podcast. These are all facts. These are all facts. I've missed this dude, Adam says before taking another lick of his ice cream. Carlos resists the urge to tell him it's nobody's fault but his own. Yeah, we haven't really hung out like this since summer. Sorry I haven't been making more time for you. You haven't been making more time for anything, Chico. Except Nick, he thinks, but knowing it's unfair. They spend time together for classes, not socially. Maybe that's part of the problem. Adam stares out over the water, contemplating. Do you need me to drag you out more, Chico? In undergrad, I knew how much I could get away with, but med school is serious, and I don't want to hurt your standing or chance or whatever. Honestly, I wouldn't mind if you did, but don't take this as another responsibility or obligation, dude. It's not your job to keep track of my life. Still, he'll take it. You can't take it back now. I'm gonna drag you kicking and screaming into a social life. Adam laughs. We've been over this, dude. Thanks for today, Carlos says instead. Adam rests a hand on his back and leaves it there as they finish their ice cream. Tuesday, November 3rd. Thanks again, dude, Adam says into the hallway before shutting the door behind Nick and turning back to Carlos. So, oh, you already cleaned up the dishes. They're just in the dishwasher. It wasn't a big deal. You really don't have to cook for us tonight, dude. You really didn't have to cook for us tonight. You were going to go out. Carlos feels a bit of regret at missing the special DJ tonight, but he tells himself Adam was more important. And you were going to forget to eat again. Don't think I've forgotten what happened the last time you two got so into discussing anatomy lab. Gag me with a spoon. Anatomy. We could have ordered something, but you wouldn't have. It's not intended to be accusatory, but Adam nods anyway. Well then, thanks for caring for taking care of us. Adam stretches. Heading out now? Probably not. It's more than fashionably late at this point, and I don't really want to deal with a drunken Adita? Adita. Again. He really can't hold his liquor. That part, at least, he doesn't regret. Fair enough. Want to watch a movie or something? Carlos is surprised by the suggestion. Don't you have more reading you want to do or something? I want to watch a movie with you, dude, if that's okay with you. Carlos can feel himself smile. Yeah. There's this film called Zombieland that Netflix 2009. Oh, there's this film called Zombieland that Netflix that is a far cry statement of calling it a film that Netflix recommended that I've been meaning to watch. I thought you didn't like horror movies. It's not a horror movie. Great movie. Blah blah blah. Apparently it's more a comedy or something. It wouldn't recommend it to me if it didn't think I'd like it, right? Carlos, you are very trusting of the algorithm. I was okay. I have a video that I just put out that's kind of popping off. And I was looking at like what was recommending it, and literally like a third to a half of what was recommending my video about the new Sims movie coming out. Half the recommended videos, like recommending my content, were about JoJo Siwa. Yeah, I don't know how the algorithm put those together, but it did. So Carlos is very trusting of the algorithm. I don't know, you'd have to ask Chris how all of that algorithm stuff works, but sure, let's do it. Tuesday, November 10th. Thank you for cooking for me again, Carlos. Nick sets down his fork, looking a lot more satisfied than Carlos would have expected for such a simple pasta dish. Thanks for polishing your plate, dude. It makes it easier to load in the dishwasher. Adam laughs and puts a hand on his shoulder. This guy is the best. I don't know what I'm going to do when he finds someone and eventually moves out. Well, Carlos likes the implication that they'll be living together until a theoretical someone enters his life. You're going to have to learn to cook, Chico. Or just order in every meal. Nick suddenly looks confused, his eyes splitting between the two of them. Wait, you mean you two aren't together? What? Carlos stares at Adam, not sure how to respond to that. Adam seems a bit taken aback before he bursts out in laughter, and Carlos takes this as a good sign. You know, I should have expected that. Adam says, no, we're not together. We've never even dated. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I just assumed. Nick's turning bright red now. Adam throws an arm over Carlos' shoulder, and Carlos tries not to think about how nice it feels as Adam speaks. He's my best friend since my freshman year of college. I guess we're fairly inseparable, so I totally understand why you'd think that. I mean, that's fair. That's, yeah. Uh, it's just the way you talk about him, Adam. Nick tries, and Carlos likes the warmth in his chest from the statement. Nick buries his face in his hands. Sorry, that was really rude of me to assume. It's fine, dude. Don't worry about it. Adam seems like he isn't sure if he should reach out and touch Nick to be reassuring. This guy's straight, anyways. Carlos ruffles Adam's hair, who removes his arm from Carlos's shoulder and bats his hand away. And I'm gay, Carlos doesn't say, but it's not really relevant at the moment anyway. Right, I'm sorry. Dude, stop apologizing. Adam does reach out at this time, patting Nick's shoulder. Nick shakes his head, suddenly looking nervous again. Does it bother you that I'm gay? Oh, Nick. Carlos is Carlos is suddenly infinitely more interested in this conversation, and he doesn't like the way his breath catches in his throat. And I'm gay, he thinks again, and it's suddenly very relevant. Adam shakes his head, looking equal parts sympathetic and concerned now. And Carlos realizes Nick must not have told him that before. Dude, why would that bother me? Sorry, just, I don't know, I was assuming you two were a couple and just. Sorry. Carlos feels the need to comfort him too and pats his shoulder. That seems safe enough. Dude, Adam's right. Stop apologizing. It's really fine. I feel like that's a good segue to just be like, hey, you were half right. Like, if Adam said yes, it'd be over. It'd be on. It'd be flying. Nick buries his face in his hands. Maybe I should just go. Dude, you're fine. I get that it's 2009, but seriously. You promised me some smash after dinner. Oh. It comes out a bit more accusatory than Carlos had intended, and he isn't sure why he isn't seizing on the opportunity to have some alone time with Adam. God, I'm so embarrassed. Hey, you just had a very attractive guy ask you to smash after dinner. Dude, seriously, it's fine. Adam sounds like he isn't sure what else he can say to help. Right? Sorry, right. Are you seeing anyone? Carlos's curiosity gets the better of him, even though he thinks it's probably a rude question. Actually, that's pretty fair transition to be like, nope, we're fine with it. You got a boyfriend? You want to bring him over sometime? We're not boyfriends, but we can have a guy's night. Nick seems almost relieved to be able to change the subject. No, my boyfriend and I broke up a bit before I graduated. It was mutual, though. We were just going down different paths in life, and we both thought we'd be better off as friends. What's funny is I have an ex named Nick, and we had the same, like, breakup after I graduated. We're just like two different paths, and he's in like the animal medical field, which is very funny. Um, that's always good, Carlos says without thinking, then cringes at the response. His singular breakup had been fairly ugly, so he can't exactly relate to the sentiment. Hang on. What do you mean a singular breakup? That Carlos and Dan did not date. They just ba-ba-ba-booed, right? Also, how's my hair look? Getting like weirdly self-conscious because I'm feeling like my little pit boy thing. Yep. After you complete this chapter, there will be a couple new prologue chapters that show up, covering Carlos's boyfriend and Nick's breakup. Your hair looks good. Oh, you flatter me. Look at you. Okay, good to know. Um, yeah, it's good, and I feel like med school is so busy now that I don't really have time to date. Oh, Carlos isn't sure why he's suddenly disappointed at that. Yes, you do. Because Nick is an attractive enough looking guy, and he spends time with Adam, so you know that he's like a quality character. And while you seem to be having friends, like probably a fair amount of gay friends or LGBT friends that you're hanging out with. Um, yeah, it's different to have someone like as an option available to you. Adam said the same thing to me. Adam seems to seize the opportunity and grins. Yeah, because you were teasing about me and Nick shacking up together and having little MCAT study guide babies, dude, which didn't even make sense, by the way, for so many different reasons. I know the MCAT like is their test. Um, yeah, and I had to take not the MCAT, um, obviously because I'm not a nurse or a doctor, but I had to take a similar exam. Nick laughs at that, and the mood seems to shift. Biologically speaking, how would that even work? Our cell membranes can't synthesize cellulose. Lucky you then. Most people have to work out to study to. Take two. Lucky you then. Most people have to work out to stay thin. Nick looks confused for a second. Wait, are you thinking of cellulite? Adam ruffles Carlos's hair. This guy has an amazing memory, but sometimes gets things a little wrong. Did I ever tell you how we met? Okay, I will say how they're acting bugs me. It bugs me for so many reasons. Actually, not really so many reasons. It bugs me because I dated, like I said, a guy named Nick who's in like the veterinary field. And then I also dated a nurse. By the way, both of which never actually like got full credentials done. So there's that, as opposed to myself, who has my full credentials and definitely took my examinations. Um, but both of them would like speak medically to me and then act like I had no clue what they were talking about. And I'm like, I have like taken exams about the medical field and have been in the medical field licensed for over a decade now. So it was always so insulting whenever like them or their friends would act like, oh, he's a civilian. He doesn't know what we're even talking about. Um, at, uh, anyway. So I'm just like, I feel what it's like to be in Carlos's shoes right now to an extent. Because yeah, they'd bring things up that I was fully aware of what they meant, or if I didn't know specifically what it was, I could use context clues from the word that they were saying or from the story that they were telling to know what the issues were. Ugh. Yeah. I legit had I could just go on about this for hours. I legitimately had one of like the nurse ex. He had a guy over um who straight up told me to my face that I don't know what muscles do. My job is a massage therapist, and I don't know what muscles do. Yeah. Wow. That was fun. Yeah. It's fun being in the medical field, but in one that like people look down on. um Anyways, back to the story. Otherwise, I will just continue off about this. Nick smiles again. You didn't. Adam launches into a story of their first few meetings, but despite his hand running through Carlos's hair and rubbing his scalp, suddenly all he can think about is Nick. Later, Adam shuts the door behind Nick, still laughing. Carlos feels strangely more at ease despite not getting to smash like they'd intended. Bob, you did this on purpose. You can't tell me you didn't do this on purpose. I feel like I know you to a certain level at this point. You did this on purpose. And he can't explain why. Was that okay? Adam's suddenly serious and looking at him with concern, and he isn't sure why. What? I realized I was being more affectionate than usual. It seemed like it might have bothered you. Dude, that never bothers me. He checks anyway, making sure his feelings for Adam are still buried where they should be. Adam smiles. Okay, I just never want to make you uncomfortable or anything. Chico, you never make me uncomfortable. I was just amused. Adam smiles. Yeah, well, I'm surprised this misconception hasn't come up more often. Maybe a lot of people are assuming. He shrugs as Adam sits down on the couch next to him. Does that bother you? Dude, why would it bother me? I don't know. Maybe there's some girl you like, but she's keeping her distance because she thinks you're taken and gay. No, in my experience, that attracts more women to you, and then in spite of them knowing that you're gay, they still ask you out. That's my experience. Adam laughs and throws an arm over his shoulder. Dude, I really don't have time to date right now, and any theoretical girl I do date is just gonna have to deal with the fact that I love you and that you're an important part of my life. Carlos blushes. I love you too, Chico. Adam ruffles his hair again, and it's nicer uh, than it has, and it's nicer than it has any business being. So, it's a shame Nick doesn't have time to date either. What? Carlos looks over at Adam, finding him staring off into space, looking surprisingly serious. What do you mean by that, dude? Adam shrugs. Nothing. You can't make a statement like that and then say it's nothing. Okay, just. Adam takes in a surprisingly shaky breath. This is going to sound like I'm really full of myself, but I still remember that conversation we had the conversation we had about us. I take it I missed this too. Which one? Carlos thinks he knows the one, but he needs to hear it. When you told me you had a crush on me? He wasn't sure he likes how this conversation is digging up feelings that he'd long ago buried and tried to suppress. Chico, dude, it's really fine. No, the new prologue chapters that will appear after this covers these. Okay, trust the process, Patrick. Trust the process. um, dude, it's really fine. I promise. You're respectful and amazing, and it really doesn't bother me at all. Adam's told me, uh, Adam had told him that then, but hearing it again helps. And I'm sorry that I can't reciprocate. But, but Bob, see what it says? See what it says? He can't reciprocate. Not because of his time, because of his sexuality. This is why I want to explain. You amused, Sil? You amused at my brain breaking? Oh my god, I am so hot. I just realized that. Whew. Well, I mean, I've always known how hot I am. You know. Um, yeah, you are. Uh, it honestly will not spoil anything in AGS or ZAGS if I explain, but I will refrain. Never mind. Oh, baby. Hattie daddy. Okay, I feel like with the D's, it makes it sound bad. I don't like it with the D's. Okay, this is a good point. Explain, Bob. Explain yourself. I want to know. I want to know once and for like. You don't like the D's? Madeline. Hmm. Oh. Trying to think how to respond to this. Trying to make a joke about the dad D's. No, fair. The D's can stay. The D's can stay. I enjoy the D's. They gotta be sizable enough D's to do me justice. So how's everybody feeling? What's everybody doing tonight? Or I guess in Sill's case, this afternoon. Got it. Smallest D's possible. Mad knows me. While we wait for Bob's response. Yeah. What's everybody doing? How's everybody feeling? How are we all liking the game so far? Or the story, I guess. But it's very interesting. I'm liking to see where it's going. Enjoying the animation. It's terrible. Well, fine. Or maybe it's just you. Madeline, people pay me and sometimes don't. They just straight up steal from me. Um, did something swallow my comment? Oh my god. No. Nope, you didn't get auto modded. Okay. Was it too long? Oh, there is like a character limit on Twitch, I think. Where like it I think it does similar to like what happens if your message goes too long on Snapchat where like it just gets rid of it. Like if you do a voice message, some Autobot stuff won't even show up for mods or broadcasters. Really? Didn't reject the comment though. Weird. Anyway, it's in Discord now. Okay, perfect. Blah blah blah. Right. All right. Adam is basically a 1 on the Kinsey scale, and as far as he knows, is straight. The secret route in YAGS is Adam and is significantly more difficult than the others. The YFFY The game I linked earlier covers Adam realizing he's demi-homosexual and has very limited exceptions to his straightness. Okay. Which is why you're both technically right. So, in other words, he's straight. Uh, mm, he's straight by my definition of straight. Um, because personally, my personal opinion, just me, just me. This is just who I am. This is just how I think. Is that I feel like everybody has like a certain level in them. You're wrong, Pat. Adeline? Everyone has like a certain level in them. Where like ugh, Josh Hutcherson. Josh Hutcherson. Ooh, love him. Love that boy in many ways. Um, he has a quote where he's like, I'm 99% straight, but if I found the right guy and I was just like, I'm in love with this man, then I wouldn't reject him because I'm straight. Um, I mean, the bet was that Adam was 100% straight, right? The bet was that Adam was straight, and he is still straight by my standards. I like by those standards of so wait, there's a route where Adam dates Chris? Okay. That's interesting. I need to figure that out now. Hmm, okay. We're going to deal with that at another point. But yes, that's to me what you described is essentially being 100% straight. In the same way that like I wouldn't say I'm 100% gay. I'd say I'm like 78% gay. Um but if I was like 100% gay, but I met a woman that I was like, "Oh my god, I love this woman." Then I wouldn't reject her because I'm gay. I'm 100% gay. Well, good. I like I know I'm still like pretty high up there, but I've like had stuff with women before and I do like find women attractive to like a certain level. But yeah. But I have like a heavy male preference. Um so yeah. That was interesting. I did have to have someone instantly one of the girls that I was like semi interested in explain to me like being on like the scale and yada yada and having preference and stuff. So yeah. So to me, by my standards, Adam is Adam is 100% straight because that's how I am with the ladies. Exactly. Like Matt's like 78% straight. Wait, Matt, you have you had things with ladies? If you're comfortable sharing that on the internet. Oh, yeah. It is very hot. I am very warm. And my fan is not helping tonight. It hasn't been helping the last couple of days, and I don't know why. Anyways, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the fact that I feel lied to. Yeah, I had a girlfriend in high school, but nothing since. Oh, right. I feel like you've told me that. I feel like you've told me that. Also, I did not just flash that on screen. I'm 90% sure. Because that is private information. I just realized after I picked it up. Nope, please keep working. No. Well, that might be a problem. There we go. Okay. It wasn't the best relationship. Yeah, women are such teases. That's why I switch back to men. Anyway. Um, sorry, I can't reciprocate. Can't. Doesn't want to. Won't. Isn't. That's definitely not something you should apologize for. Besides, you said it before, and it's still true. We'd kind of be a disaster if we dated. He's not sure he believes it, given how nice their domestic life is now, but he hangs on to it anyway to keep his mind from going down a road he'd rather not. We can talk about it later, if you want. I'm down. I mean, what else are we gonna do tonight once I'm done streaming? Okay, but just, I don't know what it was about me, but I like to think it's how well we got along, and part of that's how well we complement each other. I'm too serious a lot of the time, and you can often be a little too carefree. Sorry, I keep seeing the things go up. Coach, Carlos says, and Adam looks at him concerned, but relaxes at the grin on his face. Sorry, I just meant that Nick and I are very similar, and you've told me how you aren't really interested in dating Joey or Robert or Adita. Sure. So I just thought that maybe Adam sighs. Sorry, this is just my brain going off in inappropriate directions. I was jealous of him. And I shouldn't be because I have friends that I spend a lot of time with too, like Joey or Robert or Adita. Carlos doesn't mean to admit it, he seems but it seems like a thing he should get out. But I don't normally bring them home, he thinks, trying to remember the last time he'd gone somewhere with any of his other friends that wasn't a bar or a club. That might be a little bit of a red flag, just in my personal opinion, if the only place that you can go with your friends is a bar or a club. But I also have trauma, so that's different. Adam looks concerned again. Dude, it wasn't fair of me. I don't have a monopoly on you or your time, and I shouldn't. And I'm really happy that you made a friend in the program that you can study with and do things with. No, I understand. We've been spending a lot of time together, studying. Doesn't matter what we were doing, we were still spending a lot of time together. Carlos turns and puts his hand on Adam's shoulder. Dude, I mean it. It was stupid and it's not your problem. I'm really truly happy that you have him. You shouldn't feel guilty about anything. And he realizes he really does mean it. Okay. Adam still doesn't quite look like he believes it. But if you need me to do anything differently, no. What I need is for you to kick med school's ass so you can get into UCSF for your residency so we don't have to move again. He expects Adam to laugh at that or balk at the implication that he's thought about their lives beyond just the next few years. But instead, he looks at him with affection. Come here, dude. Then he's pulled him into a hug and rubbing his back, and Carlos lets a tear fall. Tuesday, November 17th. Haven't played this in a long time, Nick says, taking the controller that Carlos holds out. They'd finally gotten to Smash. Bob, you did this. You're doing this to me. You're doing this on purpose. They'd finally gotten to Smash, after a few failed attempts after dinners, that had turned into conversations instead of gaming. Does that mean I should give myself a handicap? Carlos navigates to the settings screen, ready to do so. Nick shakes his head. No, I was never really any good at it anyway. Most of the fun was just the chaos of it all. Carlos picks Pikachu, as usual, and Adam chooses the Ice Climbers, as Nick studies the screen. Pick carefully, dude, you can never change your selection again, Carlos says, grinning. Adam hits his arm. Don't listen to him, you can change whenever you want. I'm glad you're so proud of yourself. Nick settles on Captain Falcon and nods. If I'm going to commit for life, it might as well be to a guy who looks like that. Hang on. Captain Falcon. Smash. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, it might as well be you, a guy that looks like this. Yeah, I see it. For anybody that doesn't know what Captain Falcon looks like, um, it's Carlos with like an aviator helmet and a scarf. Adam laughs and Carlos feels brave. My ex-boyfriend always played Captain Falcon. He glances over at Adam, hoping he won't call him out on the blatant lie. Adam just nods, understanding what he's trying to do. I was an asshole. Carlos snorts. That much at least was true. After the novelty of the really great sex had worn off, they'd been left without much in common and a bunch of arguing about how Carlos was too hung up on Adam. No comment. It'd been enough to put him off from dating again for the rest of his undergrad. Ah, Nick says, but Carlos doesn't miss the way his eyes flicker over at him, and he hopes it's significant. Right, because Carlos never explained that he's gay. Stock battle, no items. Carlos says instead of everything else he wants to say. That cool? I think I remember what that means. Yeah, that's we had Pokeballs in though. I always thought those were fun. Part of the chaos. You and Adam really are alike. Carlos shakes his head, but navigates into the menu and toggles the Pokeballs, turning the item rare to very high for good measure. You don't have to if you don't have to on my behalf. Shush. He's gonna turn them back off. Shush, he's gonna turn them back off again. And you'll have ruined it for both of us. Adam hits Carlos's arm again. Nick just nods, staring forward at the screen. Later, Adam shuts the door behind Nick and turns to Carlos, smiling. I think he likes you, dude. What? Adam shrugs and sits back on the couch. Carlos hesitates before joining him. He was flustered. How do you know that? Carlos doesn't want to think about how this conversation is making him feel. We spend a lot of time together. He was flustered. Adam smiles at him. We were making him play Smash for the first time in however many years. It was just that. Carlos really doesn't want to think about it. Sure, dude. Why does this matter to you anyway? Adam shakes his head. I'm not saying it does. I'm just saying that if you're interested, I think you have a chance. He pats Carlos's shoulder and stands and heads into his room. Carlos just sits there staring at the menu. Wednesday, December 2nd. The key rattles in the lock, and from the chatter in the hallway, Carlos assumes Adam has Nick with them. His heart, for some reason, sticks in his throat at the thought. He hadn't seen Nick since that evening, a couple weeks ago, and as the days went by, he's starting to worry that he'd said or done something wrong. Adam had reassured him, of course, that it was just the additional evening labs making both of them tired, and he wasn't sure he'd have believed it if he hadn't seen firsthand how exhausted Adam was when he came home late in the evenings. Ooh, digging the outfit changes. The door opens and Adam walks through, followed by Nick carrying flowers. What? What? Also, gorgeous. Gorgeous. Ah, I need this apartment. Anyway, Mars did an amazing job. Yes, yes, they did. I I'm very very minimalist, which is something that I enjoy and wish that I could kind of change about myself. Um, but oh my goodness, like just the cohesive style between like the woods, the like color palettes, the like soft blue. It's all just great. Hey, Carlos tries, standing from the couch, but forces his gaze away from them. He doesn't want to think about what that means. Adam grins. Hey, dude, got room for one more for dinner? I like that you say. I like that you assume I'm making dinner tonight, Chico. Adam looks concerned until he sees the grin on Carlos's face. Ah, right. Che Carlos requires advance reservations of at least a month. I think I can make an exception for my best friend and his date. Oh my. Adam laughs and Carlos watches as Nick kicks off his shoes, looking anywhere but him. Um, I wanted to thank you for always cooking for us. For me. So I just. Nick shrugs and holds out the bouquet, walking toward the couch. Oh! Carlos takes it, his heart pounding in his chest. This is so cute. Oh my god. Ask him, he thinks. It would be so easy. I should get these in water. Quit copping out, he says instead, and immediately kicks himself. But thank you. No one's gotten me flowers before. Same. Well, that's not true. Two guys have given me flowers, and it ended horribly, so I don't accept them anymore. um, I'm surprised. You deserve them, Nick says before turning away and blushing. Oh my god. Ask him. He nods instead, heading into the kitchen and trying to find an appropriate container. Glancing out of the corner of his eyes at Nick, he sits awkwardly on the couch. So, how are your labs going? Carlos wants to change the subject as quickly as possible. Pathology, gross. Pathology is really interesting. No, it's not. It's gross. It's gross, and they show you a bunch of icky pictures. I think I like it more than anatomy. Bruh. It seems to work, as Nick sounds a bit more comfortable with this topic. Anatomy and pathology, oh my god, you really are roping in a keeper there, aren't you, Carlos? What, you don't like cutting up unalive bodies? Carlos knows there's more to it than that, but he's not familiar enough with the specifics to really get into it. Um, no, that's also not fun. That's also really gross. Really gross. There's a lot of layers. A lot of layers to what make people people, and peeling them away is nasty. No, I do. I just any attraction that I had to Nick is gone. I just find the smaller interactions more interesting. Like, we more or less know how bodies work and how the pieces interact, but there's so much we don't understand about microbes and disease. So glad that that entertains you guys. It is disgusting. It is so vile. Ugh. And like in ours, it was virtual. Um, but they're supposed to for like cadavers have faces and hands covered because they humanize you. Um, so yeah, ours didn't do that. So we like saw a humanized person just like getting everything taken away. Horrifying. Horrifying. Anyway, and that's where we differ, dude. I don't want to be bent over a microscope or device all day. I want to be helping people. Adam sits down next to Nick on the couch. Pathologists help people too. You fancy surgeons don't know how to help without pathology. Fair enough. Right, because I need you to tell me that the guy's leg is broken. No, but you do need me to tell you what kind of infection he's got in that leg wound where the bone is exposed. Nick pauses. Also, I like that you assume that I'm going to be a pathologist. I like that you assume that I'm going to be a surgeon. Carlos settles on a tall glass that he hopes will be big enough and fills it with water, removing the rubber band around the flowers and searching for some scissors to trim the stems like he'd always been told to do. Yeah, you do them at like an angle. Sorry, are we grossing you out? Nick asks. Carlos glances over and Nick's looking at him with concern. Carlos grins and shakes his head, not wanting to think about how much he likes that look. I've lived without him for 3 years and known him far too long. I've heard far worse. Ask him to talk to you about the Black Death sometimes. Oh God, that sounds Dorian. Just history stuff in general. That sounds like Dorian. Nick doesn't take the bait like he expects, but that doesn't mean we're not still making you uncomfortable. He finds the scissors and focuses on the flowers instead. You're not, dude. Really. I don't really like horror films because you have to see that stuff, but talking about it doesn't bother me. See, I do like horror films. I don't mind seeing some of it in a very fake way, like Terrifier 2, that movie. Haunting, disgusting. Never again. I've watched it 2 times already, but that one scene that everybody talks about from it, and not, and never, will not. I, very real. Remember when you broke your arm, dude? He can tell Adam's grinning at him without even looking. Never again, again? Probably not true. I will probably, especially closer to like September, October, watch it again because I like watching like the Terrifiers and then there's the third one coming out, but that's gonna be like a Christmas movie. Um, but that specific scene, like as soon as it gets close to it, I gotta like jump timestamps or like mute it and leave the room for the duration of it because I don't even want to see like the little thumbnails of what could possibly show up during that scene. I want to watch Nip Tuck because Julian McMahon, but also ew that show. Never actually seen an episode of Nip Tuck, and I feel like that's partially why. I I feel like I was so turned off to the idea of like watching surgical stuff because when I was younger, my sister watched like a breast augmentation on TV, and I very specifically remember seeing it like cut open and just seeing like yellow thick stuff. Ew, why? Because my sister's a sociopath. I don't know. No, that's not true. My one of my sisters, she is a beautician. She or a cosmetologist. Yeah. Um, she has always been very into like beauty, and she almost had time to get dinner. She almost had a TV show when she was like 5 or 7 or something. Um, and it has just always been very into like I said, beauty. And so she was always convinced that she was gonna like get Botox and like breast augmentation and BBL and yada yada. She has not, but she had that like image of herself. She kind of like imagined that she would have like 5 husbands by now. She's still on her first, and frankly, she's too exhausted for a second. But yeah, so I watched that when I was like little. I didn't even watch it. I like came downstairs at the wrong time and I just remember seeing like the scalpel and then yellow stuff. And I was like, what? And my sister was like, yeah, that's what's in these. Like, nope, no more. Can't. We're done. Was there bone? Nick sounds far more interested in this conversation than Carlos would like. And that's why Pat is gay. You know? that, that just reminded me. Um, if anyone is familiar with May Martin, they're a comedian They're a non-binary comedian. Uh, and in an interview, they were asked like what turned them gay, and uh, like not even thinking about it, she said the first thing, or they said the first thing that came to their mind, and it was like Jeremy Peach, or it was some dude from middle school that had said something like, or that had like kissed her horribly or something like that. Um, and the interviewer thought that they had said eating a peach in seventh grade because she had said it was like Jeremy Peach in seventh grade, and the interviewer thought that it was eating a peach in seventh grade, and that was like the headline for the interview. It was like eating a peach turned Mae Martin gay in seventh grade. Um, so yeah, apparently breast augmentation surgery what turned me gay. uh, Fractured Chico. He's irrationally annoyed at this line of conversation. Oh, that doesn't sound so bad then. He moped for the rest of the semester because he couldn't go swimming thanks to the cast, and then cried like a baby when they were going to remove it because he was worried they'd cut him. Okay, that's enough, Chico. Comes out harsher than he expects, and he isn't sure why this teasing bothers him so much. Because teasing can be fun and it can also be hurtful, especially if it's like being done in front of the wrong person. I don't know. Yeah, maybe it's the company. It's 100% the company. There's times where like Dorian's teasing me, and because Matt is present, I'm like, this isn't funny. And vice like, yeah, I've had multiple times where like something that someone says to me, I know that because they're saying it, it shouldn't bother me or it wouldn't normally bother me. But then I'm like, the location, the people around me, the timing, just wrong. Right. Sorry, dude. I didn't mean to. Sorry. Adam truly sounds apologetic, but he still doesn't want to look over at them. They're quiet for a bit, and he stuffs the flowers into a cup, finding that they just fit, although they look a little cramped. He puts the cup on the counter near the fridge. Anything I can do to help? With dinner, I mean? Nick seems nervous again. Carlos thinks for a bit, trying to decide how he feels about Nick in the kitchen with him. And not just because he hadn't tried to cook with anyone since a few disastrous attempts in undergrad. You can help cut some vegetables if you'd like. He's not sure why he's not just saying no. I was just going to bake some chicken and make a salad. Nick stands and stuffs his hands in his pockets. Yeah, I could do that. Later. Carlos kicks himself that night, lying in bed, wondering why he had been so afraid to make a move. The man had practically all but asked him out, but he'd been too scared to do anything about it. Adam hadn't pressed, of course, even though the tension had turned into comfortable conversation over food, and Nick had left the two of them alone afterward. Classic Adam. Classic Adam. He climbs out of bed and walks over to the door to Adam's room. It's fortunately not shut, and Adam seems to be sitting up in bed reading a book by the light of his bedside lamp. Can we talk? Adam puts his book down and smiles at him. He tries not to stare at Adam's bare chest, no matter how much he was used to the fact that Adam slept practically naked by now. He still finds it unfairly evocative. Of course. Adam scoots over a bit on his mattress and pats the bit of the bed next to him. They haven't done this before, and Carlos tries not to think about his proximity as he sits. This CG has multiple perspective variants. Hover your cursor over the edge of the screen to show perspective arrows. Click the arrows at the edge of the screen to change perspective. Got it. This safe to change around. It's safe. Okay. Is it just down and up? I also really like the bedroom. Yeah, this one's just down and up. Fair enough. I mostly appreciate the fact, and this could just be like how the rendering is, but there doesn't really seem to be an under the bed. Which I assume you haven't patched in has more interesting angles. Correct. I didn't patch that in because I was like, I don't know that I'm gonna remember to turn this off. Um, but yeah, I appreciate that there's no like or barely an under the bed because Patrick doesn't play the under the bed game. We do not have an under the bed. And Draco still found a way to be an under the bed monster. Um, one time I froze. It's as good a place to start as any. So you like him? Not a question. Scared. Carlos can feel Adam's hand on his shoulder. Looks over at him. Adam looks at him with such sympathy. Why? I don't know, dude. It shouldn't be hard. I just don't want to screw something up for you. Makes a fair point. Dude, is that what it is? You're worried you'll ruin my friendship with him or something? Or your friendship with me? Adam's voice is more reassuring than it should be. I don't know, maybe. Now that Adam said it, he thinks it's actually a pretty good description of his feelings at the moment. Dude, you know I'd always pick you, right? And that makes it worse. He looks away from Adam, staring at one of Adam's t-shirts on the floor instead. Wait a second. I'm comparing this to the Adam picture I have hanging up here of Adam in his apartment. So I take it that the bathroom is not. There's a lot of throne spam. I don't know why I did not. I didn't turn it on, and it's like not on Stream Elements. At least that's what I think I used. Let me see if I can fix that. Chatbot timers. The only one that should be going off that I actually haven't even seen once, um, are my socials. That's the only one that should be going right now. That and the like, um, the brain. The like this if you're on YouTube and follow if you're on Twitch or whatever. What's the other one that I use? We can deal with it later. Well, what's the other one that I use other than Stream Elements? Nightbot. I think. No, that's still part of Stream Elements. What's the other one that I use? I used one other one that Digi had had given like instruction for. Adam's quiet for a bit, thinking before he speaks. Look, dude, I'm flattered that I'm important to you, but you should never let me stand in the way of something that'll make you happy. How do you know he'll make me happy? Because you've never been this way before about anyone. You don't second guess yourself, dude, and you are now. You did today. So? So I know how much this would mean to you, how serious it would be, and I'm telling you that he knows it too. Adam's voice is soft, but Carlos still doesn't dare look at him. I'm still scared. He hates how his voice shakes. Adam's hand squeezes his. Putting yourself out there is scary. But I've done that before. Yeah, and look what happened. I don't blame you for being scared to do it again, dude. He's quiet for a bit, focusing on his breathing. I never told you why we broke up. You don't have to, Adam says, and he wishes Adam wasn't so understanding sometimes. No, I do. Carlos pulls his hand away. We weren't always alike, but that wasn't issue. He hated how much time I spent with you. He started to resent you. Hated him for it. Yeah. Adam shifts and his hand finds Carlos's shoulder. Dude. Carlos turns back toward him. Doesn't even realize he's crying until he realizes Adam looks blurry. He wipes his eyes. Adam, you're the most important thing to me. I don't want to screw us up. And I don't want to screw your friendships up. You won't. It's meant to be reassuring, but it's just upsetting instead. How do you know that? He tears his gaze away again. I don't think there's anything you could do to screw you and me up, dude. Adam says, and the words hit harder than they should. Carlos holds back sobs. And what? You don't date someone you like uh just because that what if? And uh, take two. And what? You don't date someone you like just because that what if of if you break up? Something like that. Okay, this is really selfish of me, but I don't want to know and like and approve of the people you date, dude. Especially after last time. I know you're under no obligation for any of that, of course, but you're really important to me, dude, and I want to make sure whoever it is sees you the same way, I guess. Nico. Adam's hand squeezes his shoulder. Don't do anything you don't want to do. And if that means not dating Nick, then don't date him. But for what it's worth, I approve of him. Carlos doesn't say anything else, but he's pretty sure he doesn't have to, because Adam shifts again and wraps him in a hug from behind. And he knows Adam knows how much all of that means to him. Saturday, December 5th. Oh, that's a typo. Whatever. I got the message. Also, hello, welcome in. Anybody, everybody. I'm seeing my numbers like fluctuate, so hello, welcome in. We're playing or kind of reading through Afterward. Um yeah, this is the third installment of the YAGS universe. So very fun universe to get into. If you're on Twitch watching this, feel free to follow. You can always change your mind later. Totally free, and I'm a really fun time. So, if you're watching this on YouTube, feel free to subscribe and like the video. Once again, you can always change your mind later, but I'm a really fun time. Just thought I'd throw that out there midstream while I see my numbers like going up. Carlos manages to drag Adam away from his books and out of the apartment, finally, for a walk around the Embarcadero. Yep, that's how that's pronounced. Up to where a bunch of vendors with colorful vegetables and delicious smelling foods are set up in front of the ferry building. I'd forgotten this was here, Adam says, looking over everything. Only a few days a week. Is this where you always disappear off to on Saturday mornings? Adam's voice isn't filled with any judgment, but Carlos still feels a little guilty about it. Not every week, but many of them, yeah. I find it inspiring to walk around and think about what I could make with this stuff. And then don't because it's too expensive and I'm worried I'd ruin it. Adam walks up to a stand displaying mushrooms and potatoes. Can I get you something, dude? You don't have to do that, Chico. But I want to. You've been wanting to do more with mushrooms, right? What a mood. I know, wanting to like cook things with expensive items and then not doing it because the items are expensive and you'll probably ruin it. uh, I always see those and think pizza, but it feels like a waste of nice mushrooms. He isn't sure how well fancy mushrooms would work with pizza anyway, but he already has a goat cheese in mind to pair with them. Adam shakes his head and picks up a container of mushrooms, staring at Carlos as if daring him to object. Uh, Fine, if you want mushroom pizza, I'll make you mushroom pizza. I've been meaning to start experimenting with dough anyway. Adam grins and pays for the mushrooms. That's the spirit. And thanks. Adam hands him the bag. Thanks for always cooking, dude. They walk through the stand together before passing by some outdoor tables for one of the ferry building restaurants. Carlos spots a familiar face. Um, he doesn't like how his breath catches at the sight. Nick's sitting at a table with a drink and another guy, laughing about something when their eyes meet. Nick's face immediately falls as if suddenly guilty about something. Oh no. Okay. Hey, dude. Carlos tries, not sure why he's feeling like he's intruding on something not meant for him. When Nick and his companion are sitting next to a public sidewalk, I didn't expect to see you two here. Nick's nervous, and his companion turns around to face Adam and Carlos. Sorry, hi. That's Carlos and Adam and I are in school together. This is Kyle. And I just touched my headphone, which made the sound bounce. Carlos tries to force a smile on his face. It's nice to meet you, Kyle. Another med school comrade? No, we're on a date. Kyle says it so matter of factly that it takes a second to sink in, and Carlos is sure his face is suddenly red. Oh, right. I'm sorry to interrupt, he thinks. I thought you didn't have time to date, he says instead, and immediately hates himself for it. Yeah, that's kind of awkward, dude. Kyle looks a little confused, and Nick turns red, gripping his glass so tightly his knuckles turn white as he stares at the table. Ugh. Ooh. Ooh. I don't like how this feels. Hey, I had some time this weekend, and I thought it would be nice to put myself out there. Kyle turns back to Nick, still looking confused. Sorry, am I missing something here? No, I'm sorry. I was just. Carlos struggles for a way to make the situation right again. Adam slaps a hand on his shoulder. He's just being supportive of me. Nick and I recently broke up, and I wasn't taking it well, so he's just protective of me. Adam, Adam is such a good friend. That shouldn't work, but it does. And Kyle nods with sympathy, reaching for Nick's hand across the table. Carlos has to turn away at it. He doesn't dare look at Adam's face. Sorry, we should go. Sorry to interrupt. Carlos grabs Adam's hand, not even caring about appearances anymore, dragging him away from the table. It isn't until they're another three piers down that he feels like he can breathe again. Boy, cool, cool. Okay. Um, sorry, that was a bit awkward. Adam says when they stop. I couldn't come up with something better so quickly. Carlos realizes he's still holding Adam's hand and jerks it away, and jerks his own hand away. He isn't sure why Adam's apologizing for any of this. No, I freaked. Why did I freak? I've never done that before. It's none of my business. God, why did I say that? Chico, what? Adam takes him by the shoulder and turns him until he's looking at him. Breathe, dude. Slowly. He does, focusing on Adam's eyes and concern, measuring his breath until he can feel the panic start to subside. That was so shitty of me. I don't think so. You were just surprised, dude. Adam says reassuringly. Carlos thinks he must seem calmer now because Adam's hands drop back to his sides. It was still shitty. I need to apologize to him. No, you don't. He looks over Adam's shoulder to see Nick walking toward them, looking a little sheepish, but also terrified. Dude, God, I don't know what I was thinking. I'm sorry if I ruined your date. Nick shakes his head, stopping next to the two of them. No, it was pretty much over anyway. There was no spark, you know? He's about to say he doesn't know when Nick's gaze shift and their eyes meet. There's something inside his chest, and oh, that's what he means. He doesn't he doesn't think this time. Moving in on instinct. His oh my goodness. His hands find Nick's waist and head, and then he's kissing him. He's kissing him, and Nick is kissing him back as his arms wrap around Carlos's back. Ugh, like a movie. Ugh. The tightness in Carlos's chest is gone, and he breaks, eyes half eyes half lidded, momentarily speechless and happy before realization dawns on him. Oh god, dude, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to just force myself on you, and it's okay. More than okay. I was afraid I was gonna do that myself, Nick says, smiling at him gently, but still looking nervous. I almost did. A few nights ago when I was over. Dude, I thought you weren't interested. Carlos can't help but laugh at that. No, just scared. Still scared? Nick's face is filled with hope now. No? He doesn't even need time to consider his answer. The nervousness falls from Nick's face, and his smile gets somehow bigger. Can I kiss you again? Dude, please. He does, and he knows Adam's watching them and smiling with them, and suddenly everything's right with the world. Ah, Beautimus. And it's 2013. Did I miss a time jump? Or was it 2009 and then suddenly is 2013? Okay. Cute! I know. Oh. Oh, okay. Look at this. Nick over here looking like it was 2009 and now it's 2013. Okay, cool. I wanted to make sure I wasn't missing the fact that this didn't happen like over years. The rest of the game is the years between and then after 2013. Okay, perfect. Um Not Dr. Chase because that's Jennifer Morrison's character. Um but oh my goodness. Hot blonde doctor from House. Right? Right? That's not just me. Everyone's seeing this, everyone's feeling this. Nick wears Fun fact, that Nick hairstyle is based on Dr. Chase. Okay, I was correct. Wait, is it Dr. Chase? I could have sworn Dr. Chase was Jennifer Morrison's character. Nope, Robert Chase. Yep, I was correct. Actually, all of the hairstyles are the actor's hairstyles in various points. Okay. He is a very attractive man. um, Nick wears his heart on his sleeve, as Carlos has found out in so many different ways over the past few years. But the size of the grin on his face as he walks up to him is still unusual and new. I kind of love that. Right? Good news, I take it? The knot in his stomach that he realizes had been there ever since the start of the year, knowing that residency matching would be happening in just a few months, finally starts to dissipate. UCSF, babe! Carlos kisses him as Nick falls into his arms. See, you were worried for nothing. Adam walks up behind Nick and, hello, Adam. Oh, Adam is just, I don't know what it is about him. Um, Adam walks up behind Nick and nods, and Carlos would be nervous all over again if it wasn't for the way that Adam too is smiling. Chico? He doesn't dare ask directly. Adam's smile grows bigger, and it's reassuring. Same. God, he finally lets the remaining stress of worry fall that he would have to choose between his best friend and his boyfriend in some inconceivable and impossible decision. Adam grins. I know how much you two weren't looking forward to long distance. Bold of you to assume I'd choose you, Chico. He punches Adam's arm, but when he thinks about it, he probably would have. And he feels more than a little guilty about that. Congratulations. Oh my goodness, wait, what did I do for Adam's mom? Congratulations! Adam's mother wraps him in a hug. Thanks, Mom. Wait, no, that was Chris's mom that I. Whatever. I'm glad I don't have to move. I wasn't looking forward to packing up all my books again. What is this again? What is this again, Chico? You've like quadrupled your book count since we moved here. I don't think we've had Adam's mom before. No, we haven't. I was totally thinking of Chris's mom. Nick releases him finally, as his parents come up to congratulate him, falling in, falling instead to into his mother's arms. Congratulations, sweetheart. We're so proud of you. She kisses Nick's cheek as his dad pats his shoulder. Thanks, Mom. I couldn't have done it without Carlos. You mean you couldn't have done it without Adam? Carlos is pretty sure he doesn't deserve nearly that much credit. Nick shakes his head. Without both of you, then, babe. And I couldn't have done it without both of you. Adam slaps a hand on each of our backs. Now it's time to celebrate! Carlos is surprised at the outburst from Nick's father, always thinking of him as quiet and stoic. But from the way he's beaming at his son at the moment, he supposes it's not out of place. You guys still don't have to come out here for this, Nick blushes, as if feeling guilty about it. They're celebrating something. Ugh. We wouldn't have missed this for the world, sweetheart. His mom pulls him into another hug, and Nick looks nervous for some reason. Right, Nick pulls away from his mother and looks at Carlos, and for some reason, Carlos's breath hitches. Okay. Oh, I wasn't gonna do this here, but before Carlos knows what's happening, Nick's down on one knee, a ring box pulled out of somewhere, and he looks up at him with such nervousness and love. I'll give you the full speech later, but since everyone's eager to celebrate, I'll keep it short for now. Marry me? Ah, ah. Right. 2009, 2013. That's 4 years. 4 years. So that's 4 years. It's 9:39. Dorian, you best be home from work. And I know that you gotta be watching this. That's 4 years. When did we meet? How long we been dating? Saying. That is so Also, I love the attention to detail, like the reflections. Also pretty sure these like little ones back here are supposed to be the parents, and they're just like, oh, my heart. Carlos can hear Nick's mother gasp next to them. Like you did not share that with your mom. Fun fact, I specified a sheet of paper in Adam's hand because it was supposed to be his acceptance letter. And then I think it ended up as a napkin instead. Wait, can I go back? I can. I mean, what really do you need in an acceptance letter? Just, dear applicant, you're in. Good job. Uh, Carlos can hear Nick's mother gasp next to him. He opens his mouth, but nothing comes out. He reaches down instead, taking Nick's arm and pulling him to his feet and kissing him. Deeply this time, not even caring about the 5 sets of eyes watching the two of them. He breaks and tries in vain to blink away tears. Yes. He finally manages to croak out, as if there was ever a question. Nick laughs and kisses him again. Why did that just happen with no warning? Okay. Oh, we are creeping up on 4 hours. That's why that just happened. Um, Nick laughs and kisses him again. Later, we knew what was gonna happen to her. That was really nice, baby. Nick smiles and snuggles into the usual post-coital spot at Carlos's side. Nicer than usual? Everything's nicer than usual today, for a lot of reasons. You just got, like, so much great news. Nick kisses his shoulder. I'm sorry we were stressing you out so much. Carlos rubs circles into his back. Not your fault, dude. I know you two are really worried too. But not in the same way that you were. I wish we could have done something to make it better. Carlos can feel the metal of the ring on his finger against his leg, and he holds his hand up. He did. Nick laughs and shifts more on top of him, kissing him, and Carlos wraps both arms around him. I was actually going to propose after dinner, when it was just the two of us, so I guess that's actually after sex. Bold of you to assume we'd be spending the night together, or that I would put out for you. Nick shakes his head, but they both know it's a joke. I just got a little too excited and couldn't wait. Afterward would have been safer in case I said no. Nick smirks. Yeah, like there was any doubt you would, like there was any doubt you'd accept. I just didn't want to make a big deal of it. Carlos kisses him. How long have you been planning this? Chapter's almost over. Ooh, yeah, I think we're gonna tap out at the 4-hour mark. I know that there's still like more to get to, but Nick looks away sheepishly. Oh, got the ring before Christmas. I was thinking it would have been nice to propose when you were over for the holidays. Carlos is surprised by that. What? But it's March. Yes. Proposals typically are something that you think about a fair portion in advance. As we've seen, I already have my proposals, like, planned out. Yeah, well, I decided it wasn't a great idea. Why? Adam? Carlos isn't sure he understands, and he angles Nick's face so he can see it. Nick doesn't seem upset, but he also doesn't seem to realize Carlos doesn't understand. Sorry, you're gonna have to explain that one. Oh, I knew residency matches were coming up. I mean, we talked about it, but if Adam and I had gotten into different schools, I didn't want to make the decision even harder for you if we were engaged. He's still not sure he understands. Dude, it would have tilted your decision. It would have tilted any decision in your favor if we were engaged. Why didn't you? Nick just smiles and moves his face to Carlos's neck and gently bites in the skin there. Exactly. Dude, what? He's trying his best not to be distracted. I think you would have chosen him otherwise. There's no hint of judgment or bitterness, and Carlos almost wishes there was. Dude. Nick moves, looking at him again. No, I don't mean that in a bad way, but I think you would have chosen to go with him, and I don't feel it was fair to tip the scales in my favor like that. Dude. Carlos isn't sure he has the words for how much love that makes him feel. Who I know Adam's important to you, babe. I know I could never compete with him in many ways, and strangely, that's one of the things I love the most about you. I don't ever want you to have to choose. But Carlos shakes his head. But I would have had to in this case. He stops, a thought from dinner coming back to his mind. Also, didn't you and Adam do the couples match thing? We did, but I don't think that guarantees that you match together. I just wanted to be absolutely sure you wouldn't have to choose before I proposed. And then you didn't have to. So I proposed. Carlos stares at him for a second before finding his head and kissing him again, trying to pour all of the love and passion and appreciation he can into the kiss. Nick breaks and laughs. What did I do to deserve that? Everything. Dude, you did like the hero move, I guess. Like you you made the correct choices. You made all the correct moves and choices, sir. That's what you did. Everything. Always. Just everything. I love you so, so much. He doesn't think he has the words to express how full his heart is right now. Nick kisses him again, quickly. I know. I love you too. A thought comes to mind. But I believe I was promised the full, uncondensed version of the proposal. Ooh! Nick blushes and looks away. You were? Well, I'm waiting. You don't really want to hear it. I don't want to make you confess your love to me in extended form so I can watch you squirm and blush. I think that's exactly what I want. Nick blushes harder at that, still not looking at him. Okay, fine. I practice this a bit in my head, but it's not like memorizing terms or diagnoses or. And now you're stalling. Okay, just. It might not be good, so I. He rolls off of Carlos onto his side, placing one hand on his chest, and takes a deep breath. Carlos places his hand on top of his. First time I heard your name, Adam was waxing rhapsodic about his roommate and how this Carlos was thoughtful and caring and affectionate and how he couldn't imagine his life without him. And I thought he was absolutely full of bullshit. Carlos snorts despite himself. Sorry. Nick turns his hand, intertwining their fingers, smiling now. I thought he was just blinded by love. But then I met you. And one of the first things you did for me was to stop what you were doing and make space for us and offer to make me dinner. Carlos does remember that. He remembers the first handshake too and how confident yet gentle it had been, and the fact that he remembers makes him wonder if all along he'd know where the two of them would end. And in the weeks that followed, I saw how you cared for Adam. Not just in the big ways, but all the little ones too, and I thought to myself how lucky Adam was to have a boyfriend like that. Who cared about him like that? And I wish that one day I could find someone like you too. A tear runs down Carlos's cheek despite himself. Oh my god. He has so many things he wants to say, but even if he was okay interrupting, he isn't sure he can get the words out right now. But then I realized you were doing that for me. You were doing that for me too. I would have had every right to be you would have had every right to be jealous or to kick me out, especially after I found out what an idiot I had been and that the two of you weren't actually a thing. But instead, you embraced me with open arms because you were thoughtful and caring and affectionate. He pauses, and if trying to remember the next words, Carlos hastily wipes his eyes and squeezes his hand tighter. When you said you had an ex boyfriend, I couldn't concentrate the rest of the night. I left and then made excuses to stay away from you. I was terrified because before that, I'd never felt that kind of longing for someone before. Dude, he can't keep quiet anymore, turning and grabbing Nick and pulling him in for a kiss. They break and Nick smiles against his lips. Um, anyway, we got through it and you became my boyfriend, and I realized that before you, I'd never known how much I could love someone, how much I could count down the days and hours every time we were apart, how much it could make me happy just to see you smile, how much you made you made me and make me a better man every day. Hang on, I just saw Dorian. You didn't hear the yelling and ranting. I just got home. If you didn't hear the yelling and ranting, I just got home. I did not hear the yelling and ranting. Everything cool? Is everything good? Do I need to stop? You put LMAO, so I'm assuming that things are okay? Um, how much I always wanted to give you back even a fraction of the love and support you gave to me. You do, Nick, you do. Carlos is starting to cry again. So in the end, I realized that Adam was right. I fully understood what he meant because I realized I couldn't imagine my life without you either. So I hope that you'll continue to make me the happiest man alive every day of my life by agreeing to marry me. For perspective, we close at 8. I didn't manage to get the last customer out until 8:20. I used every blender in the store and had to even clean one of one to finish making the smoothies. Ooh, and there's my rant. I now regret not offering to come by tonight. I am so sorry, babe. Well, you're home now, and you don't need to worry about anything. I am sorry about that, though. You are home pretty darn late, though. I had thought that you'd already been home. Have the cats been fed? No, they have not. My bad. I also kind of thought that I would be finishing up close to now. I'm gonna finish this chapter and then I'll be out and then we can talk and eat and yada yada. Matt and I did take out Tuesday, so if you want to go get food, I can go get you food too. The tears are falling freely now, but he doesn't even care. Baby. Nick smiles at him, gently wiping Carlos's tears away. Then he chuckles nervously. That was a lot shorter in my head. I'm really glad I just did the ultra abbreviated version. Shut up and kiss me. Nick does, and it's long and slow and gentle, and a while before they break, holding each other again, facing each other this time. Really, though, that would have been excessively long. Nick's eyes are half lidded, but still affectionate. Carlos laughs at that. I didn't notice. Maybe you're just blinded by love then. Nick smirks, and Carlos always loves that expression. Maybe. He smiles, then stops, a thought springing to mind. What what would you have done if you and Adam hadn't gotten into this? If I had chosen to go with him? Nick looks genuinely puzzled. What do you mean? Would you have broken up with me? Sounds like we gotta go get food for him. Perfect. Wherever he wants. Nick staring at him now with utter disbelief. Babe, did you not hear a single thing I just said? Yeah, but it would have sucked, sure. I'd have done everything I could to make it work somehow. But I would have understood if you couldn't or didn't want to. Also, thank you, Sil and Bob. I'll now unwind. Carlos thinks for a moment, realizing that for the past few years, his version of the future has always had Nick in it. Even though he thought they might have to be apart for a while, he shakes his head. No, we would have made it work. Somehow. Nick's smiling again. Yeah. Would you still have proposed? Nick bites his lip. I don't know. Maybe after you decided, after I was sure it was too late for you to change your plans. I still wouldn't want that to have influenced you anyway. This shouldn't be a surprise given the earlier conversation, but it's still too much for him. Dude, how are you so perfect? Ask myself that every day. Nick smiles, then seems to frown. Um, about you, that is. I'm not that full of myself, I promise. Oh, dude, be that full of yourself. A, you deserve it. B, I'm that full of myself. So, and I am clearly the perfect specimen of a man. Carlos laughs at that, and then Nick is smiling again. But we don't have to worry about that what if. Nick shakes his head. No, we don't. But I can think of some ways you could continue to make me the happiest man alive right now. Nick smirks, but his eyes are filled with passion. Again, already insatiable, aren't we? Already, I've never understood this. Carlos smiles and closes the distance between them again. And as they find each other, they lose themselves in each other. Every touch and every kiss feels like a promise of forever that Carlos knows he'll keep. I'm sad I didn't get to hear the like ending music. If it was, I feel like that was like ending drama. You unlock Carlos's desk. Access it from the main menu. All right. There's no special music for this game. Oh, well, perfect then. I didn't miss out on anything. Quick save complete. All right. Well, speaking of being the perfect specimen of a man and being a wonderful boyfriend and all the things, clearly, you should click to return to main menu, just so it saves your reading progress. Right. There we go. New set sail. Okay. Okay. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Hang on, I need to show this. I know I was just talking about being the perfect boyfriend, but oh my goodness. The new background is so cute. That was all. That was all I wanted to show. It changed. It changed. So now it has Nick in it, which is adorable. They'll change as you go too. Ooh, okay. Cute. All right. Well, I'm gonna go try and be the perfect boyfriend, perfect specimen of a man for Idorio Sai. And get him whatever Takeout Tuesday he wants, because he apparently had a hard day at work. So he's earned whatever he wants. Thank you for stream. Thank you everybody for joining in. It's been, hope you're enjoying this so far. Has there been anything except Nate that I haven't enjoyed about this universe? It's great. It's great. Thank you everybody for stopping in. If you're on Twitch watching me and you're not yet following me, feel free to hit the follow button. You can always change your mind later, but I'm one heck of a good time. If you're over on YouTube and you haven't subscribed to me, same logic applies. It's free, it's great, it's fun. Feel free to like the stream, the stream, or if you're watching this later, the VOD. Thank you for stream. I hope you guys have a lovely evening. I hope you have a good rest of your day, because I think it's only like 5 o'clock for you. Good night. Good night, everybody. Final housekeeping notes. Tomorrow I have another short coming out. I will be back on Thursday. We're going to be starting Fallout. Friday, another short. I have a very special video coming out on Saturday that everybody should watch. And yeah, normal stuff beyond that. So, without further ado, I will see you guys next time. Bye.